The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offense. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Now broadcasting from the Right to Offend Media Studios in sunny South Florida, bringing you the latest in politics, current events, art, and pop culture. This is the Whitfield Report Live with Sam Whitfield.
But giving offense is good. In fact, it's essential.
I don't know if you know this, but apparently you've rubbed off on me in a really bad way because I keep offending people. And
it is good to offend people on occasion, Sam. How did you do this time?
Well, apparently the internet is like freaking out because I guess Tucker Carlson is leaving the GOP. And I basically
he
said,
finally came out for Pride Month, huh?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well, it's good for him.
Yeah, no, very good.
Poor
very
children, but whatever.
Very good. Very good for him. Well, I mean, like, who wears loafers with without socks, like leather loafers without socks, and
I reckon it's because he's a little light in the loafers, you know what I mean? And socks would just heavy it up.
Yeah, well, also, nobody wants to see, your cracked foot skin on a live stream. Tucker,
we rooted for Tucker's original run where he finally became a Trump guy a little bit. We did. We played this interview with Ice Cube, and we were like, this is actually really good. He's talking about issues that don't get talked about a lot from different perspectives. This was great. And then somewhere along the way, he decided he'd blow Fuentes and hate America. What happened, Sam?
People keep asking me that question, and I honestly, I gave up on trying to answer that. But honestly, I think what it is, it's the same stuff that we've been saying for a while, which is all these influencers, like, I hate to say his name because you'll cringe, but like Tim Pool and Fuentes and whatnot, there was that thing with Tenet Media, that, Russian-owned media company that was, basically like paying for right-wing influencers. And
it's all about, if you have the new hot take, you can maybe get a whole new audience. And that it's basically, it's the corporatization, if that's a word, of commentary, where they have now decided that, hey, we focus tested and we have 800,000 listeners, Tucker, but we could expand that if you are a Democrat now to, 1.2 mil, and that will increase your year-on-year earnings. Like, literally, these people are making decisions this way, and if you don't think otherwise, you might be the retarded one.
Yeah. No, I've literally looked, and that's basically what the podcast sphere is now.
The reason that they have these perpetually contrarian viewpoints and purposely offensive ones, whereas we offend people in the course of what we're doing, that's the irony of the whole branding, isn't it?
Yeah.
But we're actually not as offensive as it sounds. But the average podcast or the average, a talking head definitely is, in that they are willing to offend the portion of their audience if they think that they'll pick up another audience, just like a TV showrunner.
Yeah.
It is all about money. It's all about the bottom line. And so then you, consumer, understand that you are actually the product. They're
Yeah,
paying them all of this money to tell you what they want you to hear. Who is they? Whoever's paying the fucking money.
yeah, yeah, and apparently this year it's like a bunch of Middle Eastern countries who, like we we've been critical of Israel, when it's warranted, but we're not one of these countries that hates Jews, and so
No, but also we were very defensive of some of Biden's actions against Saudi Arabia.
yeah,
So, like, yeah, we kind of fall on an issue of look at a case by case basis of how a country handles itself in relation to us mostly. And, like, if there's a Muslim country in the Middle East that I think can be worked with, it's probably like Jordan or Saudi Arabia. And if there are ones that are like death to us, that's obviously like Iran and a couple others, Lebanon. That's kind of the nature of the beast out there, isn't it? We always try to when we talk about we talk about war and awful events all the time. I always try to remind people that these are people's lives we're talking about. You
yeah,
know?
we yeah, which is a really unpopular. That's not really a thing. You would think that gets more views, but that's not really a thing that gets that many like clicks or eyeballs inherently. Everyone's always concerned at, well, how does this affect, the
It
US.
sucks for me because I can put myself in Joe Schmo, Israeli guy, right? And he is a construction worker, and he just doesn't like that he gets hit with rockets on the job all the fucking time. But flip
Right.
side, the Palestinian guy is living on a pile of garbage, and that Jewish guy just built over his neighbor's houses that got bombed.
Yeah.
These both suck for that guy. And I'm able to conceptualize that guy in a lot of situations. Same with like Ukraine and Russia. There's a guy in Ukraine who has lost everything because he's been bombed by Russia. Likewise, when people are cheering for these the bombings in Moscow, I don't know how much of that you've seen, Sam. I'm certainly not cheering because it's still war. When your side's winning, it's not necessarily like those are civilians in Moscow in a lot of cases that
Yeah.
are being blown up,
No, no,
and
I
they're
did.
not so different from us in a lot of ways.
I did see that, and I'm actually glad that you brought that up, because if you say anything positive, or not everyone in, or I shouldn't say positive because it's a horrific thing, but if you say anything that's like sympathetic,
Yeah.
towards Moscow, well, are you sucking Putin's cock this week? And it's like, well, no, like,
No, we are just cognizant of how tragedy ripples through time and space.
yeah.
And we
And
live in a
also,
world that's interconnected, and these things actually do matter to people. Or another one is like, I've heard for years about empathy from the left, but what am I describing? Where I can put myself in the shoes of both sides. Is that not actually what empathy is? It's not coddling. I understand that construction worker. The coddler answer is, oh, well, then just get him out of the danger zone. The real answer for him is like, yo, I got to feed my family. I got kids at home. And sometimes my job is dangerous, and I just wish they'd stop shooting fucking rockets at me. And he probably don't even understand all that much better why this is going on than the average American does, to be honest with you.
that's the other thing too, is for anyone who's like under 65, and even then it's kind of a stretch. Most, most people who are alive today, I would say, they weren't around for even like the founding of Israel, or any of this, uh
Right. And
Middle
the
East.
day that construction worker who's my age gets finally hit by one of those rockets and God forbid loses a limb or dies, and his kids aren't going to understand the nature of this conflict either because they're kids.
Right.
And that's what I try and keep in mind about things. And it's the same thing in Moscow. If you're talking about civilians in Moscow being bombed, they probably thought they were in the safest place in Russia, okay? For
Yeah.
obvious reasons. And this is people losing their private homes and personal possessions. And I don't ever cheer for this shit, to be honest with you, unless it's like cartels or military targets. It's very hard for me when civilians are being hit to be like, yay. Even if they're the bad guys, are civilians ever really the bad guys, Sam? I
No,
don't think so.
no, never. And that specifically in regards to Russia, that's the other thing too, is you might not hear the Russian people speaking out against Putin that much, but there's a reason for that. Like,
They're also openly the most miserable people on earth.
yeah,
No relation, right? Of course, it's
yeah,
been miserable since it was bad towards the end of the Soviet Union, but Putin's mostly been in charge since then.
yeah,
And they're all miserable, and they're like nationalistic in an almost suicide pact kind of way. Like,
yeah,
Russia sucks, but I'm going down with my sucky ship.
yeah. It's not that much. It's really not that much better than like China, to be honest. As far as like China's also openly
When we talk about the material conditions of the working class, there's another one that's something we often talk about that leftists literally have in their literature and they seem to have forgotten about. Because we're talking about the material conditions of the working class in a war-torn country far away and being able to abstract and conceptualize that, right? And discuss it. But that's also happening here, right?
yeah,
It's wild, and we can't have conversations about complex subjects because of this drive to bring it back to where we were, right? This drive to have the hottest take. So, what would the hot take on Russia that would have made us a viral success be? Like, cheer it on?
yeah, yeah. Basically, that Putin isn't as bad as you know we've been led to believe or anything like
Oh, and
that.
Zelensky's a monster for bombing Moscow, right? Would be what they would want us to believe. And then the other side would want us to believe, yay, we're winning. This is the death blow. But obviously, even hitting Moscow like that, this is not the thing that's going to take down an entire country.
Yeah, I kind of take the I kind of take the I kind of have the take that I think a lot of people who aren't online, which is Putin's not that great, but and Zelensky is he really that is he really the the pro America guy? Doesn't seem like he
I
talk.
take the stance that is real simple is like, I pray that the people in both of those countries suffering under this war and all the other ones, it stops, you
Yeah,
know? And like, because at this point, it's like, yeah, Russia's fucked up. Ukraine's fucked up. They're both, like, they're in a war. That happens, right? Um, I wish they would stop because I'm thinking of there's like some old babushka fucking granny who just got like her pensioner's fucking apartment blown up, you know?
yeah.
That's somebody's babushka. That's like now she's she got blown up. What do you tell the grandkids?
Well, and then, going back to one of the things that, that you say almost every week and that you said, last week, Unga Boonga lock the freaks up. It breaks my heart because then you have like people like Arena Zarutska who, fled from Ukraine, came here only to get killed by you know, by I don't even want to say a migrant, but a freak, an animal.
She got killed by one of our 2%ers.
Yes.
The 2%, by the way, I'm glad to see that being popularized, Sam, and I want to explain for anybody that doesn't know. The 2%ers are the 2% of people that we all know should be locked up, and they cause 90+% of all of your problems.
Yeah.
These are career criminals. These are mentally ill people who refuse to get treatment. These are repeat drug addicts who harm people other than themselves, right? These are the dregs of society in a lot of cases. And in other cases, they're people who are just mentally ill and need help or need somebody to help guide their life in a way that they're not destructive to their own community. And God forbid you should say that out loud, right?
It's funny that you mentioned that, because I mean the whole conversation on anti-Semitism versus, like, absolutely pro Zionism, those two positions are more or less kind of allowed to be talked now on platforms with no.
With the Carmelo Anthony thing, with that, I'm seeing N bombs everywhere. I'm seeing K slurs. I'm seeing death threats, all of this stuff. But God forbid we talk about locking up 2%ers, Sam. Everybody loses their fucking minds.
Yeah, if you talk at the 2%, like, that's where you kind of get deranked in the algorithms, so to speak. I don't really care.
But it's fine because we got a guy that broke through. Asmongold keeps talking about it and
Yeah,
showing examples. I'm loving that because I don't know how he came to the same conclusions I did. I don't know the whole story of what he's looking at, but I know that he is expressing a lot of the same things I'm saying. Do we really have to lock up the fucking toilet paper at Walmart? No, because we just lock up the one guy who keeps stealing it.
yeah, like
We live in a
that's.
minimum security prison now.
Well, yeah, like everyone wants to talk about, like, they they control us, right? And the they is whoever you want the boogeyman to be, and it's like, well, really, the they we all should be focusing on is the 2%
Mm-hmm.
that, like, makes our lives miserable, because we have to kowtow to the lowest common
Well, and it floods the other side. It's like we know about the corporate level greed that comes along with, like, the politics side of dealing with problems, right? And the 2%ers, why you're not allowed to talk about it, it's a perpetual source of problems that they don't have to fix.
right.
It's the broken window fallacy. As long as they keep the 2%ers out there causing the crimes, then you'll always need them to pass new laws about the new crazy crimes that these people commit, rather than just saying, look, man, you should be locked up for committing crime, a particularly violent crime. I'm seeing cases of, like, people like, I mean, Carmelo Anthony, I've noticed this 35 years is what he got. I'm going to take a really, like, probably unpopular opinion and say that seems about fair. That is a life sentence.
Yeah, I mean,
And he was 17 years old. I don't
yeah.
think we should give the kid the fucking gas chamber. 35 to life is a pretty appropriate sentence for two charges like that.
Yeah, I would agree.
Is it going to make every side unhappy? Yes, it did. Clearly, didn't it? Everybody was unhappy with 35 years. But look at it from, like, ignore the political side of it, ignore the race side of it, and all the arguing, and look at, you have a 17-year-old man who in a hot-headed moment made the decision to change his life forever. 35 years is paying quite the fucking toll for that.
Yeah.
The other man, he has no future. Both don't have a life going forward. To me, that's the real tragedy.
Right. And I'm not sure how old, like, Austin Metcalf's parents are, but, like, they're either going to be, like,
His dad
elderly.
has had some thoughts on this. I don't know if you've seen him going around social media. He called him the watermelon felon, and they're very upset about that.
I mean, yeah, well,
You know
I
what
mean,
I say to that? His son was fucking murdered.
yeah.
Fuck yourself. If
Yeah.
he wants to make an inappropriate joke after the sentencing and you don't like it, too fucking bad. Too
Yeah.
fucking bad.
Yeah, that's my take on it. more or less. I understand why I understand why people are upset, but it's like, bro, the kid, the man's son was murdered.
Like I said, I have been trying to give, show a little sympathy to him here in that regard and refer to the case within its greater context, right? But I am not the father of the slain child.
Right.
So for him to say, I'm going to be honest with you guys, if you're that mad, you're very lucky he probably wanted to call him the N-word. He probably did. He's a boomer too. And he was open to like this not being about race the whole time. And what it is he said this. He was subjected to endless racial based harassment throughout the entire process. And also that they keep saying there were no black people on the jury, but every single black person that they had potentially on the jury said they couldn't be impartial. I think that's an important point.
Yeah.
So there was no actual jury pool of black people to pick from because none of them would say they could be impartial. They wouldn't say it, Sam. Like even just to get on the jury, they wouldn't say they could be. Every single one of them said they would be biased.
Yeah, and that's, I mean,
They have to let you go for that immediately.
yeah. And that is, in speaking of trials, like that is supposedly one of the issues that they're having with that's why the Charlie Kirk trial hasn't like the Tyler Robinson, trial hasn't happened yet, is because they cannot find jurors who would be impartial.
Yeah, that's really tough in high profile cases. And obviously Charlie Kirk's is even more high profile, I would say, than the Carmelo Anthony case.
Oh yeah, clearly. That's
And there's so much media coverage and everything. Yeah, it's tough.
yeah, well that's my point is, I mean, the whole thing is is like a media firestorm, at this point. And that's something that like John Doyle brought up too this week of, like Charlie Kirk's assassination has basically it stopped being about, his death, and it's started to be, an internet cat fight basically.
Yeah.
And that's sad.
It's not even been a full year, and people are honestly sick of hearing the name Charlie Kirk, which is so sad, but it's true. A lot of normal people are just sick of hearing about it at all because the only discourse about it is toxic.
I mean, I have to be honest, like I knew the guy.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of sick of hearing about it.
I kind of predicted this almost like right after it happened. I know I did. I said that with all the toxic discourse, it might have even been the night we learned about it on the show. It was on an episode of this show.
Yeah.
And I said the toxic discourse is going to lead to a point in the not too distant future where most people just don't even want to hear about it.
Yeah.
At all.
No, I believe we did say that the night
Because
it
it's so
happened.
awful. Like there's children left behind. There's families destroyed. Like Tyler Robinson's family is destroyed too, no matter what comes out of this.
Oh yeah.
It's all just very tragic to me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And I know that there's now like some argument about the death penalty being, off the table or whatever. And it's like, I don't know. I don't know.
I just want, yeah, I don't know either. I mean,
it does seem like it's just a circus of any headline they can get regarding a trial. And then how long is the trial going to be? I reckon it's going to be fairly long.
well,
A couple weeks at least.
Well, I kept hearing back in April that we were going. No, I kept hearing back in like March and April that we were going to have a trial in June, and here we are. Like next week is going to be July 1st, a week from today, and nothing other than the continual TPUSA versus Candace Owen fight, which I've checked out.
Well, I know
completely.
that there has been multiple hearings and argumentation between lawyers in the pretrial phase, but the problem with that is that's not the trial and that's not the circus people are really waiting for.
Right. So,
but it does feed the feuds with Candace and all them as well, right? Every little feud, every little thing that happens at trial, every little new piece of evidence they go over and get real autistic about. I know how this works. We could do that, Sam.
but we could, but
It's a formula.
We could get like super formulaic about it, but it's so exhausting. Hence again the title of
Very Pride Month.
yes.
That's so fucking Pride Month, bro.
Which by the way, like I have not seen any Pride stuff. Of course, I know I live in Florida, but like I've barely seen like any Pride stuff like at like any of at like any restaurants. I haven't gotten like any like Call of Duty rainbow skins that have been like, forcibly like auto downloaded into game or anything.
And there's only 1 month left for them to violate you with their rainbow vomit. I know, it's wild.
Only 1 week, you mean?
No, they'll make it a whole nother year of Pride if we let them.
Well, that's not gonna happen.
It'll be like Pride Decade.
Speaking of, welcome to the show. More and CDPR is going to torture Morpheus for the next decade with that stuff. I guess.
With homosexuality?
Yeah,
that sounds like them.
Yeah, I guess they're doubling down on the ESG stuff. So
It happens. I'm just glad they got rid of GOG back to its original owner. It's never been better. GOG right now is the low key. It's the spot to get your games from rather than Steam if you're in the know. Ever since they cut ties with CD Projekt Red, they're fucking out of there. Oh yeah, GOG is back, baby.
Yeah, and Steam seems to be like I mean, I really don't have like a dog in the fight, but I guess people are like disappointed that the
people are mad at how expensive a gaming PC costs during a fucking RAM and storage shortage. I'm aware.
Yes, and
they're gonna sell out though.
Oh yeah, they totally.
They're not like. Hold on, they're not like This is what the console tards don't understand. They're not making 30 million of these the way that Sony and Xbox do. They make runs of a few million at a time. That's what they do for Steam Deck. That's why it's sold out half the time.
Yeah.
They are not a hardware manufacturer, so they can't actually do that.
Right. I mean, I am technically a console tard, and even I understand.
They could take a loss on this. I think that they are. They're understanding that they're probably going to sell 25% less of them because of it. But
yeah,
I listened to what they said about it, and it's like this. Every month they were getting offered a shipment of RAM and asked how many units they needed, right? And then they were offered a price for it. And do you want it or not? if they said no, they never heard from those distributors again. That's the market they were operating in, and they wanted to get this thing on store shelves. Is it that much more expensive than a PS5 Pro? Yeah, like what, $150 if you want a fucking controller? Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
PC though. It
yeah,
is a PC, and it is not a closed little box like your PlayStation is. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. It is much more open to you messing and tinkering with it too.
right, yeah. No, well, people
And
are.
your entire library of Steam games. See, this is why I say it's going to sell out probably 2 or 3 runs of it easily, Sam. Is Steam gamers who have mad Steam games know that they already know which ones they can run on it, how well they can run them, and all that shit.
Well, yeah,
They're
that.
enthusiasts. It's for enthusiasts.
Well, yeah, that's exactly that's exactly my point. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't really have a dog in the
But
fight.
check this, Sam. I don't care about the rhetoric around it, because here's the secret how Steam is still gonna win. Because then everybody's like, oh man, I could build a computer for cheaper than that. Yes, you can, but not with a lot of the proprietary features that it has. But yes, you can. And then I could install Steam OS on it and it'd be like a Steam machine. Yes, you can. And that's how Valve still fucking wins, dummy.
Exactly.
Right? So, like, they are already guaranteed to increase their user install base with this shit, whether you don't like the $1,000 price tag or not. Nobody liked the $400 price tag originally on the Steam Deck. It's actually now double that.
Yeah. Well,
Y'all want to complain? Y'all want to act like, oh well, PlayStation 5. Yeah, they're fucking $950 right now for a PS5 Pro with a
yep.
controller.
Yeah.
It's literally $100 difference at that point. You're thinking of the PS5 that you bought years ago for $500 or $600, aren't you?
Yeah, even
And
that.
if you think PS6 isn't going to cost over $1,000, I got some fucking land to sell you.
Oof. I know it is. So,
Easy. That they know they are both major companies, and even Nintendo are headed in that direction. They want to hit the over $1,000 for a consumer electronic mark, because I'm going to tell you that changes the whole landscape once it's achieved. And they basically already did with the $950 consoles.
yeah.
Yeah. Cup of Joe and Chet says he agrees. He hates social media. Yeah.
I think I mean, I honestly think that, like, there are gonna be a lot of people that just pick up that maybe just keep playing games on, like, their current hardware. I'm certainly going to be in that.
No, that's the thing. Valve already factored that in.
Agreed.
Yeah, Valve already knew
Yeah.
that. They
Yeah,
knew that next
there's a
generation.
reason why that Steam survey exists.
Yeah, Steam survey, exactly. I'm sorry I stepped on you there, Bort, if you wanted to talk. You haven't been here, so
Right. Well,
welcome.
I was a tart and didn't unmute myself, so we're good.
All right. Well, yeah, I think what it is yeah, people are gonna bitch about the price. It's gonna sell out because the enthusiasts will buy the first run. The price might even go down by that point.
Yeah.
We don't know about market fluctuations. Regardless, yeah, a lot of people are just gonna, like, if you have a competent gaming PC, this isn't even really for you.
Correct.
Right.
It's for people like myself who has a gaming PC that was made in 2018, 2019 that needs to upgrade somewhere soon.
Yeah, and it's really convenient for a fellow like yourself because it's more controller based and all that, right?
Well, it's more controller based. It's really compact. It's what a 6-inch cube, literally,
Yeah.
but banana size.
I'll tell you, you could definitely make a PC that is comparable for less money, but not
Right.
at that size with all those features. It's just not
Correct.
going to happen.
Right.
Not with RAM prices these days.
Yeah. No.
But I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'm still going to be using Steam either way, so it's not like not even having a dog in the fight. It's like Steam has already tried and failed multiple things. Valve doesn't care. They do what they're passionate about. I also think their Steam Frame VR headset, I'm probably not going to get that for a similar reason. It's actually no more powerful than my Quest 3.
Well, speaking of Steam Frame, we're gonna say it now. We're going to see a Steam Frame, Steam Machine, Steam Controller bundle at some point.
Yeah, but I'm saying the Steam Frame isn't any more powerful,
Right,
per se, than the Meta Quest 3 that's on the market for $400 or $500. And so, like, but it's still going to sell out because there's the enthusiasts and they like this. They like Valve. Like,
it's the brand.
Valve has one of the most loyal consumer bases of any major corporation in gaming.
Oh yeah.
And it's because they are a good company to be a fan of. They treat you.
As long as
well.
Gaben's around, they'll keep having the fans.
I don't like how everybody says that. It's almost jinx-like. I look at what is in front of me. If it changes,
and it's not so much Gaben and being around. It's more of them being a private company.
yeah, I get that, but it's still like, I don't know. You could have said he was kind of old 20 fucking years ago.
Right.
You could say that about any company if you like the guy in charge. It's not just the guy in charge that I think is competent, though, and that's the difference between me and you.
And that's the thing. That's just the way I said it. I agree. It's not just Gaben. He's the figure.
Valve has a culture that will be there when he's gone.
That's the hope. I agree.
That's the hope. It sounds very pessimistic. It's not a hope. Like, it will be there as a matter of, will some other entity come in and take it over? Yeah, and if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, I'm going to endorse the company and not play that kind of hand-wavy game. Like, they do good now.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just think
it's such a I don't mean to pick on you more. It's just such a cynical gamer take, and I don't like.
Unfortunately, I've become the cynical gamer in the last
I know
20 years.
And you know me, I'm just pushing back on the cynicism more
Right.
than anything. I think there's reason to be hopeful about the future of gaming. I do. Look at some of the crazy indie games getting spotlight this year because so many AAA games were dog shit.
Oh yeah, gaming's in a great spot, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, even among the the AAA, or I guess the double/triple. I mean,
the most awesome announcement today, Sam. Guild Wars Reforged mobile.
I saw that.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm already have been playing Guild Wars Reforged. It's fucking dope. You can play it with a controller, like, so cool. But now you can play it on a phone. The full ass game with the PvP and everything.
Well, that's actually something that, like, I don't know you, but I'm so sick of this, like, oh, phone gamers are not actual gamers thing.
Well, it's like Guild Wars is that old school kind of MMO where you like kind of attack the guy and then wait.
Yeah.
It's not a high action per minute kind of game.
Right.
And so it's mostly about navigating the world and like click on the enemies. But like there's not that many buttons in the game to begin. I've been playing it on a controller and it wouldn't be that. I don't even use all the buttons, Sam. There's no jump in Guild Wars 1. It is old school. But for mobile gaming, hey, look at RuneScape. Old school RuneScape is huge on mobile.
I actually
That's where a lot of people play it, actually.
Yeah, I have old school RuneScape on my phone. The reason why is sometimes I'm out in public and I have a few moments, so
he wants everybody to know he's got autism, so he whips out RuneScape.
Different break, he's crippled. He can have autism too.
Yeah, he's like, look, you all think I'm crippled, but I'm just gonna let you know. Shh, whips out RuneScape. I have autism.
Well, I'm friends with Shmuley, so
There you go. That's the test.
Yeah.
Me too, by the way.
Yeah.
Shout out to CEO Shmuley.
Making
out there
moves.
doing CEO shit.
So, but yeah, apparently, so we're supposed to be outraged about like Tucker leading the GOP. We're supposed to be outraged about the Steam price.
We're supposed to be outraged that the Libertarians leaving. Oh no! Oh no!
We're supposed to be outraged at GTA 6.
Yeah, it's like, why would I be outraged at a game I'm not gonna play for another 5 years after it comes out? Because the price will come down.
Well, that and it's not even going to be on PC at launch.
I don't know. I didn't play GTA 5. It was probably 7 years old or something when I played it.
Yeah, I got it as a free copy, so I get you, Max.
Yeah, I didn't play. Yeah, I didn't play it until I got my PS5 in 2022.
Well, I played GTA 5 online for a bit in I think 2019. I actually really oh man, gamers are going to hate me. I love GTA Online, guys. Have I mentioned this, Sam? I fucking love GTA Online.
We may have heard it a couple times.
You have.
I can't wait for GTA 6 Online. That I'm actually excited about.
Now, like
single player,
Now,
what,
see,
a story mode that I beat in 15 fucking hours or whatever and move on from forever for the rest of my life? Wow. Dude, I have a nuclear sub, Sam. I have a death laser, Sam. I can pay 50 grand to just kill anyone on the map with my death laser.
Now, see, to me, that's awesome.
Why am I not surprised, Max?
But,
I have a doomsday bunker, a nightclub, a casino that I rob all the time, a private island, a private yacht, a CEO. I have I started with my humble biker club, which is still my favorite one.
So what you're saying is you're GTA gaming.
I have done all the GTA fucking 5 online stuff up to I think there was a Dr. Dre one that come out a couple months ago that I haven't played through.
So that all seems dope to me, but why do people?
I've never spent a dime except what I bought the game for, which was like $15.
Right. So that all seems dope to me. Why do people hate? I hear of the hate for GTA Online
because all the stuff I said you can buy with cash, right?
Because shark cards.
You can buy shark cards that give you cash, and so they're like it's pay to win. But here's their problem: is I'm going to tell you right now, there would be no fun to be had at that point if you just shark carded your way through the. The only fun I had, Sam, was acquiring this shit. That's why I played the fucking game, so that we could rob the casino from our arcade base. Sam, I have an arcade with 50 different functional machines in GTA Online. I'm serious.
That sounds dope.
I bought them one by one. Some of them are really expensive, and they're all made by Rockstar, and they're all arcade games, and they're totally playable. Some of them are fucking awesome. And I got a mini tank that when I get into it, I basically become it, and you can't kill me until the tank blows up. And it's just rolls around, shooting shots, blowing everything up. GTA Online is the most slept. This is why they make so much money, is because kids know this to be true. It's so much fun, but kids are dumb, right? And they skip the fun part and ask mom and dad to give them a shark card.
Facts.
And then they sit around the game what do we even fucking do? This game sucks. Meanwhile, I'm riding with Gay Tony at my nightclub, right? Organizing my heroin shipments, to coordinate with my ecstasy shipments, right? So that we can go over to where we get the guns and then run them to the private island.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the 40-year-old gamer guy is doing it from zero to boss.
It really doesn't take much because once you get one of the major businesses like on lock, you made enough money to get the next one. It is a bit of a grind. I think the one thing I didn't like, I could say this, my biggest criticism is that the PvP aspect can be a bit too punishing sometimes when you're doing a drug shipment and the guy that blows up your drug shipment gets $2,000, but you just lost $2 million. You know?
Yeah, I can see that.
But if you do it on a not loaded lobby, it's fine. I don't know. I had a lot of fun with it. The hackers, a lot of people complain about the hackers, but I'm not going to lie, Sam. Shmuley will tell you about the one time this one hacker whose name was N-Word Jones, and it wasn't N-Word. He pulled up to me and Shmuley. I'm not even kidding you when we were playing, because Shmuley played GT Online with me, of course, because Shmuley knows a good game. Anyway, N-Word Jones or whatever pulls up to me, and he's like, yo, Hunky, get in the car. And Shmuley's like, I don't think you should get in the car. And I was like, I'm getting in the car. And he glitched us through the map, Sam, into an underground strip club the developers made for just themselves.
That is
in a lowrider that was basically our time travel machine at this point, because he glitched us all over the map, but he glitched us into the sky and we were in a flying like pimp mobile. And he was like, yo, this is crazy, right? And I was like, yeah, man, this is just crazy. And then we were like in so there's a strip club where you could sit and watch in GTA 5 already, but the developer one, they have devil horns and tails and pitchforks and shit. That's the difference. That's how I knew. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? And he's like, yo, this is where the developers go to check it. I was like, yeah, I guess so.
Leave it to you and Shmuley to have that experience.
And then he was like, watch this, and he made yachts rain from the sky on a player. Yachts. Like entire yachts. So there's no way to get out from under it.
That is diabolical.
Yeah. We also got teleported and then like held hostage one time, and the guy started throwing money at us. But we were like, oh my God, he's a hacker. If we get the hacked money, we're going to get in trouble. So me and Shmuley is running away from this guy throwing money at us was a good adventure. Also, the time we like terror attacked a gang and yelled Allahu Akbar out of a fucking helicopter. We covered it in sticky bombs. We used to get in a lot of gang wars, me and Shmuley. I don't know why. Shout out Humongous in chat. New update for Home Invaders 1.4. A whole bunch of new shit. His game has leveled up a lot from when it first launched, and highly recommend checking it out. Free demo available.
I know that kid is going places.
Oh yeah.
So,
and it's way cheaper than GTA 6.
Oh yeah.
It's also, Sam, I'll probably just go back and play GTA 5 online for a while anyway, because I have all that shit.
Yeah.
Like I told you, I got a death laser. I'm just going to give that up. I got hovercrafts.
Well, you know they're not.
I got a motorcycle, Sam, that shoots heat-seeking missiles and flies.
You know they're not going to be taking that down anytime soon.
Right, because it'll still make them money forever because of nerds like me, but also people that will pay them money. Like, I'll go back and terrorize some kids who are playing on this GTA 5 account, because there's probably kids playing it, let's be real. and I'm going to be on my motorcycle raining missiles down on them, and it's probably going to inspire them to whip out mommy and daddy's credit card for a shark card to get something to fight back against me with, and that's okay, Sam. It's the cycle of nature.
Just imagine being that kid's poor parents, though. Why are we getting charged $1,000 for all, you know?
Because I gotta kill Max Sand.
Because there's this guy Max Sand that fucks me up in GTA Online.
It's not my fault that I'm a Mega Don in GTA Online, all right? I put in the work.
So you have no guilt in the fact that you're contributing
Fuck them kids.
It was also great that for about 2 years, if you had Amazon Prime, they would give you like $1 million in GTA cash a month.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing of that.
Yeah. That helped.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
But honestly, Sam, I made most of my fortune at blackjack.
So basically you're a not gay version of Dan Bilzerian then in GTA.
I don't know, but I know that I went in and like kept quadrupling my money at blackjack. See, the trick is there's this one chick dealer with the crooked eye, and you'll always beat her. If she leaves, you get up from that table, go find her. She got a crooked eye.
And that's how you do it.
That's right. And also like don't hit on 19 or some stupid shit, you know. Play safe. And play against the crickets with the crooked eye. And you too could be a GTA Online bajillionaire with a death laser. By the way, I got the death laser from Elon Musk's like GTA counterpart, which was pretty cool.
That is really
where I got all the sci-fi shit from, obviously. What the fuck do they call him in the game? I forget. It's totally Elon Musk. His name even sounds like it. And he's got like a accent, sort of like it. Yeah, he's totally Elon Musk.
I was speaking of Elon Musk and whatnot. I know we talked before the show, and you said it was too early to be making presidential endorsements, and usually I would agree. But just to piss off the internet trolls, I did make the case for why I think that J.D. Vance would be a good successor for Trump. And
I'm with you on that one, and I think that one we should literally you could rehash it, but we should talk about other potentials, since that's pretty much everybody kind of knows that one. It's my thought, and I have one to mention real quick, Sam. I didn't think of it before when you said this off air, but you're gonna like this. I actually have already endorsed somebody. I endorsed Afro Man for the Libertarian Party nomination since he's running for it.
Wait, Afro Man's
running for president, Sam. We could have an Afro-topia. We could have the guy that wrote "Because I Get High" in the White House.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed. To that.
You should see his speeches. He's in a full-on America suit and shit. I'll show. Maybe if you want to look it up, but yes, he is legitimately running for president, and I can't help but want to point that out. Because at the very least, it's very fun.
Yeah, first off, he's like a more competent. He might be the most competent libertarian candidate ever.
Yeah, legitimately. I mean, I've said this before on Twitter not that long ago, but I feel that Frank Zappa, he is the black Frank Zappa, is Afro Man. Like, that's the comparison people should make, because although he makes silly songs, he's one of the most talented producers I'm aware of.
I can I can totally see that now that you mention it.
And he's just a good songwriter. And the thing is, if you can write a good song, you can write a silly song. If you can write a silly song that people remember because it's good, then you can write a good song. See, it like you just change the mood up.
Oh
It's
yeah.
not like, and he has many good songs besides the one hit wonder shit. But I'm particular to Lemon Pound Cake, which is very funny that he won that trial now. And so my case for Afro Man is watch his speech, and at the very least, at the end of it, you'll probably be like, "Fuck yeah!" If that's not a full endorsement of him for president, just "Fuck yeah, this is happening." Cool,
right? Yeah. Well, and that's kind of the reason why I was, why I was kind of in Vance's corner this this week, is I kind of got those same vibes from him. We've got an Iran deal locked down, it seems. All these people who complain about Israel all the time. They
laid the smacketh down on Israel's candy ass this week in quite a few ways.
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
But Trump is totally bought and paid for by AIPAC.
Yeah, it totally doesn't look the other way around anymore, huh? Oh wait. He told them, "You work for me, I don't work for you," to their fucking faces.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Based.
Yeah,
People find a lot of reasons to be mad, Sam, but we're approaching the 250th anniversary of our beloved country.
Hell yeah.
I'm happy about that.
I've been celebrating America 250 basically. Not just in July, but like this month too, because why not? It is summer.
America,
now,
it's great. We live here. We're from here. We want you to get out of here if you don't belong here. Sam, can I tell you about almost fighting a local shopkeep for a second?
Oh yes, please do.
So there I was on my normal 12-mile walk, like my song says, because that's what I do, right? It started to rain. A little miserable last night. Not the greatest walk when it's raining. It wasn't like intense downpour. A little drizzle and kind of shitty, right? And so I'm walking. Now, a couple people on any given time I go out walking will at least like accidentally try to run me over. Okay, this happens so frequently that I kind of get a little chip on my shoulder about it sometimes, to be fair. And I'm walking on past the store, the Pajit store, I call it. And it's because the guy that owns it, it used to be a Cumberland Farms, which is a local chain store that I like, right? That has like food and, it's well cleaned, and it's one I like to go to. And instead they left that location and it got bought by a guy from India. And he is fat and short, and he sits on his little fucking stool, and he talks to people on the phone in fucking Haji speak. And he's very annoying, and I don't like to go to his store. He doesn't stock things that he knows I'm going to buy because he's a lazy fat fuck, right? And there's one more. On Christmas, I walked into that store. I think I told the story on the show, but I walked into that store and I went to get something that's usually by the back, and I just grabbed it. But he had his like whole family there eating a Christmas dinner. and his like father or like some old man, some old Indian man that didn't speak English is now trying to fight me, thinking I'm trying to steal his dinner. So I don't like these people at all, needless to say. And I'm walking home in the rain, right? It's been kind of a long walk. I had kind of a rough day. And I'm walking. I see him parked somewhere over next to his shop, and I hear him with his music. Fuck yeah, I didn't even say nothing. I'm just walking. I'm minding my own business, right? As soon as I get up to the part of the parking lot that you drive out of instead of off the curb, he pulls up to me 1,000,000 miles an hour and honks his fucking horn at me. Big mistake. I turn around. Fuck you. I'm walking on the sidewalk. What's your fucking problem? And I couldn't even tell who it was. It was dark, man. It was like 11 o'clock at night. I hear him saying something, but I can't quite hear him. So I walk a little closer. I'm like, you got a fucking problem, dude? And he's like, no, buddy, it's me. It's your buddy. I didn't know. No, please. And I was like, you are about to get fucked up if you ever do that to me again. I just walked off.
Good for you.
I was ready to pull him out of his fucking car when he first did it, man.
And you don't strike me as someone who gets pissed off like.
No, because he's not doing it as a fun rib between friends. He's an asshole.
Right.
And I didn't like him from the first, and I've told him so a couple times. He knows why I'm walking. I'm walking to go to a different store better than his. I walk an extra 5 miles not to go to his store.
That is commitment.
You damn right. I told him so. You treat me like a shithead. You don't pay attention to your customers. You're always on your fucking phone. You're the worst clerk I've ever seen. I don't want to fucking come to your fucking store anymore. That's why he did it. He's trying to fuck with me.
That seems. I mean,
I'm not the person you should try to fuck with on a dark, stormy night. Sam, do I look like the guy you should fuck with?
No.
I'm 6.5 feet tall, soaking wet.
But also
wearing an Undertaker t-shirt at the time, by the way.
But also, this goes to prove my other theory that sometimes racial stereotypes are true.
This guy is like about as tall and standing up as I am sitting down, and he gotta be like 300 pounds, and he wanted to some shit with me. That's why I was so fucking mad. I'm like, yeah, because you think nothing will happen. But all of a sudden, Sam, I saw it in his eyes. That's why I backed off. That moment realization that it doesn't matter if you call the cops. This guy is 1 inch away from me. Then he realized that in the time it takes for anything to happen, I could do a lot of things. And he suddenly was very, very sorry. Many such cases. Men, if you can't hold your own when I grab you by your fucking lapel, shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up.
How about just don't antagonize the giant to begin with?
Well, they'll never do that. It's always little guys, man. It's little guys. They must have little dicks and little egos or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
they're gonna fucking get one over on me, but then reality has struck me in the face. Oh no.
That's called the Napoleon complex.
Yeah. See, even women who have more reason to believe I wouldn't hurt them are smarter than these small men. Like I wouldn't hurt a woman, and no woman has any reason to believe that of me, right?
Right.
But even women have the sense not to pick that kind of fight with me for obvious fucking reasons. Even though they know, look, women can pick a fight with a man and get away with a lot in this day and age, right?
Right.
But there is a level of I am a giant right here, right now, and I'm mad at you. So what does that matter? Well, who's going to save you? But women know better. They don't need to be taught that lesson. And most men don't need to be taught that lesson. It's these little short fucks every time. All of a sudden, though, you're up in their face and they're like, wait a minute. Violence is not the answer here. No shit, Sherlock. But it'll be funny. Make me feel a little better.
Being annoying.
Make your face hurt a lot.
Being annoying is not a good thing either. Right? Like,
yeah, they see exactly. In chat, I can't read it from here. J.A. Redshirt says, hey to Sam, and also, little guys always see big guys as mountains to climb. A lot of them get told that if they beat up a big guy, it's going to like somehow help their life. But the problem is then you actually have to beat that big guy up.
You mean
it's a mountain to climb? I guarantee you the mountain will win most times.
Yeah. By the way, that is just another red shirt. I hope you're doing well, but brother, I heard you were in the hospital, so welcome back and hopefully you're doing well. But
yes, sir.
But absolutely. Beating up trying to like square up to a big dude is just not that's not a good idea. Also, like,
well, you guys are more likely to befriend a big dude just on a proximity of I know you're not gonna start shit with me.
Right.
I will start shit with you once Giant is my friend.
Well, yeah, but that's different.
Oh, I know.
I mean, you ain't trying to fight me, and you know it, and I know it, and we're both like I am sensical enough that we all understand why. It's like, well, you could probably help me out on account of I'm in a wheelchair and you're a big dude. So if anybody fucks with me, you fuck them up.
That's why.
Yeah. That's why you could help me out because I'm standing next to my wheelchair friend and I get to the front of the line.
Yep. That's why the joke is two cripples and a giant walk into a bar.
I might need Max to have you come with me to like my shop that's owned by the Indian shopkeeper, because those dudes be trying to. Everyone thinks that, like, you know.
Everybody thinks you can take advantage of the cripple.
Yeah, well, like overcharging for shit like
things.
Like
things.
Like, yeah, I know that I might be physically retarded, but like I can do math and I do know how to read like pricing signs. So like, yeah, don't overcharge me for shit. Right. So
else I'm gonna start like picking apart that bill in minutia with a fine-tooth comb if we're going that route, bro. Did you just double charge me for that refill, bro? No. I'm looking at the bill right now, and Sam would be that guy too. He wouldn't tolerate that shit.
Well,
that's why he's got a schmoolie.
Well, don't be charging me like a 24-pack price for a 16-pack.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I do know how to read like pricing signs, and the fact that Indians don't think that
especially, you'll read the pricing signs at the strip club.
We are not the quartering, sir.
Well, I mean, thank God the Indians don't run those.
Oh God, it smells like
give it time
and shame.
It doesn't already smell like shame.
That's why I'm saying you're combining the shame and the curry and the Indians, and then a strip club on top of it.
Oh God, that's nightmare fuel right there.
Yep. See, I never worked bouncing at strip clubs. That's why I don't use the term bouncer, because you generally only are those at a strip club. I worked venues, but I had lots of friends that worked strip clubs, and they would describe the smell of backstage at a strip club often, let's say.
Was it despair and broken dreams?
And cheap pussy. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that too.
Yeah, but at the dressing room, it actually stank.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Bit of a fish variety going on.
Well, I mean, in Florida, that could mean that could mean a few different things.
Well, I mean, more power to them if they like throwing money at, stinky strippers' asses, I guess, right?
I guess.
If you got the money to do, I guess it could be worse things you're doing.
Like OnlyFans, although
Yeah, exactly. See, at least at a strip establishment, you get to slap. Well, no, you can't touch them no more. Oh, that's why OnlyFans is winning. They got to bring back being able to slap them on the ass. Instantly skyrocketing in popularity, right? Over OnlyFans, where you can't slap them on the ass.
I mean,
Sam, idea is ass slappers to strip club.
I like that.
Oh, and we could design the little pants that they wear to have little handprints on them.
I like it.
My wife is not here right now, and I am thankful for this.
I figured out because
Nothing's
she.
flying.
Well, not just that, but she might straight up murder you.
No. I'd have to do way worse for murder, Sam. This is like a good smack upside the head level. But she might even appreciate the outfit with the handprint on it, at least as a comedic bit. She won't actually laugh. She won't let anyone know it, but she will find it funny.
She won't laugh, but I'll know that off camera she's smirking.
Oh yeah. See, I know in my heart that she found the joke funny, even if she gives me no indication of it.
No, and just to clarify for Red Shirt, we're talking about customer service Indians. No, casino Indians are based.
Yeah. No, I am like super cool with like Native American Indian types.
Yeah, no.
The Wampanoag I grew up around, so they're pretty cool. Weirdly enough, people are like, "Oh no, all the Indians displaced from their land." They're still in Massachusetts, where they've always been those ones. I know because I'm from the same town.
And there's some up here in upstate New York too. So
I don't.
Yeah. Like up here, they were kind of like, "Yeah, you can stay there."
I don't know.
To be honest, Sam, it's because most of them. First of all, we had wars with them that were settled, but also, most of them converted to Christianity. Is the difference?
Yeah. Well,
Sorry.
I don't know if it's just my experience or if this is just like a normal thing, but a lot of Native Americans I've noticed tend to be very conservative, especially when it comes to like Second Amendment rights.
A lot of the things you'll hear me say are things you would hear the guys I grew up with that are full Wampanoag tribe members say too. Like we went to school together.
Yeah.
So yeah, at least around here, I can say that for certain. I don't want to speak for like Native Americans across the country, but specifically the guys where I grew up,
Well, and that's why I'm
And they
saying.
feel alienated by the left because I had this conversation with one a couple weeks ago. Actually, he was talking about this like two spirit shit. He's like, "Fuck that shit. They're mocking me."
Yeah, well,
He had learned recently what this two spirit thing that they talk about in Canada is, and it's like a mockery to him. Like it's a specific to their culture. I forget what he referenced, a specific practice that they have, but he felt like he's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
well, I think Evan on the Vacant Hide podcast mentioned that too once before in an episode.
Well, Evans had a lot more to say on the issue himself. Yeah, like
Oh
Evans
yeah,
pretty outspoken on it, and that's what I mean is I don't actually look. I just don't know anyone that's like Native American or whatever you want to call it that is not kind of conservative.
yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I know Evan, like a few of the authors I've
Yeah,
had on.
and I don't even mean far right either. They're usually, in my experience, very center right, like I am.
Yeah, they're usually around my area
Yeah,
politically.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too. Is like our
like they're not
audience.
anarchists or any of that bullshit. Like,
Right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like none of us and no one in our audience is really like far right. We're all center right. It's just that here's what it is. The left has moved the Overton window so
it's
fucking
not even that
far.
it's moved. The line that we used to draw has like curled up on itself in loop to loops.
Oh my god, that is yeah, that is so
It's not even
true.
horseshoes either because they overlap onto each other on different random issues. And there's no real, you can't really draw a chart paradigm on one axis, left, right, with modern American politics. And I actually think you'd be hard pressed to do it with two axes, like the square. I think you would need like 5 axes to really measure where people fall these days. It's crazy. And they're self-imposed. What, like some of them are so simple, like Israel, like that. Like where you fall in Israel seems to determine so much of what people think your politics is. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
When the average motherfuckers I know are like, I actually don't give that much of a shit about Israel either way,
Yeah.
and not in a bad way. Like I hate them. It's just like, what the fuck does that matter? I'm trying to put food on the table, my man. Like I got bills to pay. Why the
Yeah,
fuck I care about Palestine either?
most of the Jews, most of like even the Jews I know, like they care about Israel in the sense that like they might have relatives or you know
Well, Craig's a great example. Craig is an
yeah
absolutely unapologetically America first Jew.
well yeah that's what I'm
Facts.
saying like the vast majority of Jews that I'm friends with like
Yeah,
Craig being one of them are like America first Jews like yeah they care about Israel but they're not going to die on the hill
yeah.
uh
Well, and he doesn't need other people to speak for him either. He's very pointed on certain things. He's very critical of Muslim countries and things like this. Like but at the end of the day, when it comes to Israel's interest versus his own state and his own country's interest, he's very clearly on the side of the United States and Florida as a subset of that.
oh yeah
And that's what we're all about. And yeah, we do care. Like, look at gas prices. Look at RAM. We're bitching about RAM prices. Do you think if RAM prices weren't driven up like this because of the state of the world right now, that the steam machine is going to cost that much? Of course not. It wasn't supposed to when they were planning it out. Interestingly enough, though, a lot of the same gamers crying about the steam, not to go back too hard, but a lot of the gamers crying about the steam machine price originally, when you look back, like Asmongold and other people, when you originally look back at when they predicted what it was going to cost, they actually predicted it would cost more than it does.
yeah
Asmongold said it was going to cost $1,200 base.
Asman actually has been doing a victory lap on that this week. I don't know if you've seen, but he's been like, yeah, I kind of told you that this was going to happen.
Yeah, except he said it was going to cost $1,200 when he first saw it announced before anything.
That's
he did. I'm serious.
Yeah,
Many people did. They predicted more than 1,000, or a lot of people predicted 1,500.
Isn't that?
And now they're acting like it's high when it's lower than what they said 2 years ago.
No, I think that's what I think 1,200 was about what I predicted on Bits and Bones, right? Right, Mort?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I said it was going to be probably under 1,000 if they could swing it, but clearly they couldn't. But it's not much more than that. Notice. Well, I mean, they said it would. They said from the beginning it would be slightly more expensive than a mid-range gaming PC. Mid-range gaming PC, guys. I don't know if you guys knew this. It's like $800, $900.
Right.
Yeah.
Guess what it costs? Oh, right, slightly more than that.
Well, everyone is saying that the price of RAM is expensive because of AI, and that's part of it. But another part is
no. I mean, that's a part, but it's also like the manufacturing problem that we've been having.
Right.
There are other the fucking straight problem that we're having.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reasons why that price is so high.
Yeah, that's all stuff that
also China wants to put the squeeze on us.
Yeah,
so they're raising prices on the stocks that they have.
Yeah, that's all stuff that I don't know. I don't think he mentioned on the show, but my guest from a couple weeks ago, Rowan Gibson, he talks about AI a lot, and he says that yes, he says RAM prices are part of the reason why. AI is
they are straight up lower in China.
Yeah.
They are, when it comes to the RAM prices, China sees an opportunity to stick it to us, and they are.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What are we supposed to do? We don't have the manufacturers set up that are supposed to be yet.
That we should.
Well, they shouldn't. I mean, they're not scheduled to be set up by this point, but I get what you mean.
Right. My point is we shouldn't have shipped everything over to China when we did.
Right. We shouldn't have outsourced this is a Bush problem, right? And this is why, like, a guy like me and Mort in our age group would have not considered ourselves Republicans back in the day, because we have beef with the Bush era with outsourcing all our fucking jobs, sending our friends to war to die.
Yeah. Well, so does my 91-year-old grandmother.
That's why I have so much of an issue being labeled as a Republican. I'm not. I'm a motherfucking independent. I just happen to lean slightly right because the left is fucked.
Well, and you vote right because they're the ones saying what you wanted to hear right now.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that. And I'm going to tell you, Democrats, you could learn from this. If you started saying what Mort wanted to hear, he'd vote for you too.
Agreed.
But unfortunately, you've made that so that maybe he wouldn't. Because of all the other stupid shit that you always say, Democrats.
Well, I mean, look, I've said this.
Sam and I are.
Let me ask my wife's another one. Mm-hmm. We're not going to say who, and we're not going to say when. Have you voted for Democrats before?
Yes.
Yeah. You have voted, especially on like state and local levels.
Yes.
So now, if you're not opposed, it doesn't disgust you, the idea, except that the shit that they say is insane.
Yeah.
And so you can't vote for them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that even if they started saying shit you agree with now, you're going to be skeptical.
Okay. And that's the thing. At least with guys like Sam and I, they've ostracized us so much because we're not collectivists. I can't.
I still can't even believe the comparison they made to Uncle Tom.
Yeah.
Famously of Mort, they called him like the Uncle Tom.
I'm the Uncle Tom of cripples.
Which is so ignorant on so many levels, because one, it shows they don't even know about Uncle Tom's Cabin or what the story's about. One, like, and two, it's such a weird analogy for you just saying I don't like Democrats is somehow you being like
Yep.
a
Because
house slave.
I flat out said I don't like collectivists.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
wild. And but then again, I have literally in person. There is video of this. I've showed you guys before. Had the leftist Antifa protesters at the Straight Pride Parade yell the N-word at my black friends.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're supposedly the anti-racist Antifa, right? And here they are yelling, "Fuck those N-words." And I'll tell you exactly who I was standing there with. It was like G Notes Justice, the rapper, and Amazing Lucas, the YouTuber. And they were literally yelling racial slurs at black guys. They think that they are calling us the Nazis.
Oh yeah.
Wild to me.
I remember back in 2012. This is going.
And the whole we call ourselves Antifa. We can't be the baddies.
Yeah.
Why I remember back in like 2011. This is going way back when Antifa was still masquerading as Occupy Wall Street. They assaulted a woman in a wheelchair with a service dog, pulled her out of her wheelchair because she just happened to be like at a tea party thing. Like she wasn't participating in it. She was just there.
I'll tell you this,
And
Sam. I like seeing the Antifa got collectively those people that raided the federal facility in Texas got over 450 years between them.
Yep, that was great.
oh
That's
yeah,
great. Now I want to ask, just to the ether out there in the world, if we could get justice for my friend Steve. That if you famously remember, Sam, I was live streaming last year as this man was confronted by Antifa, and he didn't leave the scene, and he was brutally beaten in front of our eyes for no reason. He was even on their side, for fuck's sake. He was just my cameraman that day. I was like, oh, I found this guy streaming. I'm watching all these different riots. He was my only eyes on the ground for this one. And when they told him to leave, he was talking to chat, and I was like, bro, you should leave. And he's like, no, I don't think they're gonna do nothing. I was like, they just told you to leave. You should just leave. And a few seconds later, you just see the ground, and you see feet, and you see a pipe that they hit him with in the head. And he went to the hospital, and he suffered brain damage. And like, these people are identifiable. They're not even wearing masks. And I would just, for anyone out there who could do something about that, it would be wonderful to prosecute these monsters. But unfortunately, it was Seattle, Sam.
yeah. That would be wonderful. But yeah, with it being Seattle, good. Oh, yeah.
We need more prosecutions of Antifa for their obvious crimes, more jail time for them, and that I don't apologize for that. They're a domestic terror organization.
It's really fucked up that cops are like having to wear masks. I know this is going to be a really unpopular opinion, but like I am okay with cops wearing masks if the crime situation is so bad that like criminals don't have to wear masks because they have no fear of reprisals.
Yeah, and they still do. They all wear masks because they're a bunch of cowards. Yeah, fuck Antifa.
Oh yeah, we've been saying that from like we've all been saying that from day one.
I've had beef with Antifa for a very long time, and it's great to see them getting their comeuppance a little bit. There's specific cases I would like to see, and that was one of them, because that gentleman wasn't even a political guy. He just figured that by streaming this protest he saw as he passed by, he might get some views on his fucking channel. And for his trouble, he got brain damage.
Well, people
Jerry fucking Nether. Does Antifa exist now, motherfucker?
Oh yeah.
They still deny it though because they're too loosely organized. It's like, yes, we understand that their whole premise is to do that to avoid detection from law enforcement. You know what that makes them? That makes them more akin to a cartel or a mafia. That's
Yeah.
why they're now labeled domestic terrorists. And I have no shame in saying, Antifa, if you are out there, you belong in prison, and I hope that you get put there.
Yeah.
I pray for our society that you get put there. I pray all the time that the 2%ers get put away, Sam.
Oh yeah,
And the funny thing is they would say that their defense against this, Sam, if they were to debate us, would be to point out that you guys being physically disabled doesn't that make you? No, because they're not fucking criminals. Stupid.
Facts.
They're productive members of society, actually. No, just because they're disabled doesn't make them the 2%ers. In fact, most of the 2%ers aren't disabled. They might be crazy, but they're not disabled. And a lot of them are pretending to be.
Yeah, most of the 2%ers like don't even have like they might be crazy, but they don't have mental disabilities either. This is the thing is you'll never see people I guess we should bring this up since this was kind of like topically relevant for 5 minutes a couple weeks ago, but like Down syndrome. There was the whole thing with the Ridgeways where everyone was talking about Down syndrome.
Yeah, wasn't that what is it? Mr. Juggles nuggets in his mouth or whatever?
Yeah, pretty much.
Go on, Sam.
But yeah, like you'll never see anyone with Down syndrome like joining like Antifa or anything like that, or like committing crimes.
Well, Sam, they have Down syndrome. They're not retarded.
That is,
That's kind of based.
I mean, that's true. So, I mean,
a family friend and a local pastor has Down syndrome, and I don't see any problem with that.
Exactly.
But he probably should have been killed, right? We've actually heard people make this argument before because we know. You heard Dad had friends that raised a couple of people with Down syndrome.
Yep.
For exactly that reason, they adopted them.
Yeah, those people are. So those people should be aborted. But God forbid we want to lock up the 2%. Well, we're just heartless and cruel.
Yeah, right. And I'm not talking about. I've been very clear about this, Sam, over the years, haven't I? I'm talking about asylums with a decent quality of life, a standard of ethics, and also fulfilling work.
Yeah. Although, like,
that's legitimately my vision for a lot of those, like the asylum process. It's not going to be a horrible place to go punish them. That would be stupid.
Well, I think for a lot of them, that it definitely. I don't think it should be like a violent and cruel place, but I definitely think there should be levels too.
Sure, yeah, but I'm saying like asylum doesn't necessarily have to be a horrible place.
No,
they're not going to like it. The kids don't like to eat their broccoli
unless it's got cheese on it.
Some of these fatties got to go to a fat camp before they ever get there.
Yeah,
Asmongold had a plan for that one, I think, a couple years ago, where you make the bars just skinny enough that they could just walk out if they lost some weight.
Yeah, that would actually be
All right. Here you are at Fat Camp, and all you gotta do is squeeze between those bars, and you go home. It's the only way out. And it's not even that hard. It's not an obese person can't fit through. Like a slightly overweight person can still fit through these bars, Sam.
Yeah, no,
As long as you're not a big giant fat ass, you fit through the bars, and you'll be home free. Those are the camps we need. But beyond that, when you're inside, water and gruel, and that's it. And you're just all stuck in there together with all the other fat people sweating. So you're going to want to get out. Because you're all going to be fighting over the gruel at the piggy trough.
Oh, God. Oh, God, the smell.
That's part of the punishment, Sam.
I know.
And then think of this, the smell. But then when you finally have lost enough weight and you squeeze out those bars and you're home free and you smell fresh air again, you're going to feel like a new man.
Proper motivation.
And that is when we send you to the asylum.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. You'll be happy to accept your new place among your brethren of 2%ers, making gardens, doing laundry, maybe some code work so we can replace Indians with just like our own homegrown retards, and they could code for us and do telemarketing and stuff.
You know, I actually think that would be like a useful thing, is to like teach felons how to code.
Yeah, well, we're going to teach tards how to code, Sam. And we're going to do it through a rigorous process.
Don't the
bullying,
already do that?
Humiliation, and then proper like rebuilding phase. That's part of masculinity, Sam.
Yeah.
You gotta break a motherfucker down before you can build him back up for his new job, where he puts the square peg into the square hole all day. It's very important he does this.
Yeah. Most definitely.
Right. Because otherwise he's gonna be down stealing sodas at the local fucking McDonald's and then going over and shoplifting the fucking Clippers at Walmart and then fighting the cops. You know what I mean? And then his girlfriend fights the cops for fighting with him. And then there's like 15 law enforcement professionals and 13 other fucking EMTs and shit called out to the scene to deal with this one fucking asshole that we could put in jail.
Yeah.
Just put him in jail. Problem solved.
Yep. I think we solved the 2% problem.
That's
and
right.
and by the way, we're gonna keep banging on this drum too. By the way, until this becomes like mainstream.
That's right. 10 years ago, Shmuley and I sat here with some opinions that we considered to be pretty out there. And we were like, damn, we're never going to be in the mainstream consensus of conservatism. And somehow we are now. And so I feel that we could do the same thing for the 2%erism and parasitism, Sam. I think that Kurt Doolittle is going to be proud of us.
I agree.
The message is simple. Why do we let these people... Sam, almost 30 state workers and emergency personnel involved in taking care of every one time a jackass goes off at Walmart or the local fucking fast food joint. Then all the personnel that got to deal with him at the jail. Then all the personnel that got to deal with him when he get back out again and does it again. Their days are filled with babysitting. Cops, there's got to be cops in our fucking audience. Tell me where I'm wrong, that you might feel that you are babysitting these assholes at least a portion of your fucking day.
I know from talking to some of them enough. anonymously. They definitely feel.
If you're out there, if you're in law enforcement at all in our audience, I would love to hear your thoughts on the 2%er problem. And maybe you think I'm off base, and that's okay too. But I would just love to hear from law enforcement about this. Like
If,
how much of your time and how much, taxpayer money do you think is wasted on repeat criminals with not only no hope for rehabilitation, but no desire?
well, and I don't want to speak for anyone specifically, but from what I've heard, it's not just that, but it's also the amount of paperwork that you have to do
Right.
for these same people each time. Like
Well,
the
and you have to behave a certain way while this person is acting like an animal and trying to provoke you all day.
oh yeah, that is
Fucking
that,
sucks, man.
well my friend Ty, the MMA guy, he used to work private security in downtown Denver. Now he's not a cop, but he was a security guard. He told me that he and his coworkers could not even so much as like restrain homeless people, even in like self-defense, otherwise they would get written up.
Yeah.
So
It depends on, like, I worked in a lot of venues where we were allowed liberally to do certain things because of the nature of the show, but there's other times with very strict rules, and you just kind of have to stand there and let people spit in your fucking face. It
or
depends sometimes. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality of working in any type of security or law enforcement, is sometimes you literally have to be the bigger person because it is your job to. But I know from my experience in security that there were about, if the club had 3,000 general patrons on a given night, Sam, it was 3 guys. And it's the same 3 guys. Now, maybe that makes it 1%, right?
yeah.
But seriously, I could predict to you it's the same fucking 3. If you let these 3 guys in, we better be checking women's drinks. If you let these 3 guys in, you have to make sure they're not hiding in the women's stalls in the bathroom. If we
Yep.
let these 3 guys in, you got to make sure they're not groping anybody. And it's always the same ones every fucking time. And you kick them out, and then somebody says, "Oh, well, they pay the cover, they get in next time." And
I mean
you spend half your shift dealing with this asshole.
noticing patterns is a thing, like or not.
Yeah.
We're not allowed to
And
do that.
it's really, when you get on a granular level, it's never really a race thing as much as it is like you just know who's causing the fucking problems.
So Max, I actually I don't know if we've talked about this. I know you might have like some contrarian opinions on this that might be a bit different than I am, but what do you think of the whole concept of stop and frisk?
I wasn't the biggest fan of stop and frisk as just a generalized practice. Like, I do think that there should be probable cause, even if people think that would work better.
That's fair.
However, see, this is what people don't, I guess, understand about what I'm saying, is I don't like, for what I'm saying to work, I don't need any new laws at all. None.
Yeah.
Maybe a law passed so that we can reopen asylums in some ethical manner, but other than that, in terms of like dealing with the 2% problem, the answer is really simple, and it involves locking people up who commit crimes for a very long time, over and over and over again, until they get the fucking message.
Well, Trump has already said that he wants to do that too.
Right. And I'm seeing a little bit of it. Hey, Antifa get 450 years is nothing to sneeze at. But I could see more.
I mean,
I think
okay.
I think people need to start getting put in prison time for some of their violent online rhetoric specifically, I guess. Notice I said violent.
Yeah, I would
Facts.
I would agree.
Yeah, there's this little line in the Constitution that they should be.
Well, and there's also a thing in the Constitution about criminal lunatics, which is what I'm talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. People telling us this and that are probably less familiar with the writings and thoughts of the founding fathers than we are. Almost certainly you, Sam, and definitely me. And I think Mort too at this point. I wasn't sure because I didn't know him forever, but it seems like he knows exactly what they were on about too. I don't think that these little Reddit scholars are understanding the words.
The Reddit scholars don't know shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it neither do.
That's the things, Max. Back when you and I were going to school, they actually taught things.
Yeah.
Remember critical thinking, guys?
Yep.
Does anyone remember this?
Yeah.
Pepperidge Farms remembers, but nobody else does apparently.
I remember learning in school how to like double check sources.
Oh my God! Imagine that. No, you should just believe every headline you read instantly based on how you feel about the subject prior to even seeing the headline.
Back in my day, you couldn't use Wikipedia as a source.
Back in my day, there was an actual encyclopedia, and it wasn't one book, motherfucker. It was a shelf.
I remember.
Yeah. Go look that up. Okay.
But I bring up Wikipedia because I graduated college in 2012 and it was around, so.
Fair enough. I graduated high school in 2002, so looking stuff up required actually physically possessing a fucking book most of the time.
Physically going to the library and picking up books.
Yup, physical books. Oh man, I love books.
I remember back in the day, you'd have to do a fucking actual book report. I remember coming home from school with like 3 or 4 books in my book bag, literally 20 or 30 pound book bag on the back of my fucking chair.
I remember more. Did you ever have this experience where your book bag would be heavier than your chair?
Yup, more than once.
So, oh yeah, there were a few times where my book bag would be so heavy that like if I leaned slightly back, the whole chair would like tip backwards.
Tip backwards, and we'd be doing fucking wheelies for like miles almost.
No. One time it was so heavy it just like tilted.
I'm muted because I was coughing, and Sam tells me one of the funniest fucking stories I ever heard. Now I'm fucking dying over here.
Yeah,
fucking nerd. That's great. I love it.
Yeah, I am old enough to remember like, and part of it too was like because the history textbooks in particular that I had like were like the big like heavy like hardcover ones that weighed half the size of a 10-year-old kid.
And Mort was around a church like me, and so then there's a whole nother segment of books you got to keep track of too, and they're also big and heavy.
Yep.
Catholic. It's not the Bible.
Those fucking CCD books, man. Fuck.
It's them CCD books.
Yeah.
Them shits are way denser than non-Catholics think, man. It's like they're like, what do you mean like Sunday school? Oh, my friend's father used to come in and just tell us stories from the Bible. And I'm like, have you seen a CCD textbook? Have you fucking seen a CCD textbook?
You could knock a motherfucker out.
First grade. It's like this fucking thick, and it's like quoting scholarly sources.
So what you're telling me is that like some people could bench press
Yeah,
Yes,
and it's also really easy to not pay attention and pass. That's why even most Catholics don't know much of what was in those books. But them books was like, wow.
My part of my issue was, Max, is my CCD teacher was my actual next door neighbor, so I couldn't get away with half of the bullshit.
Weirdly enough, her grandmother ran the whole program.
That's
but
awesome.
I didn't know her, so it wouldn't have mattered. Probably a good thing, because if I'd have stood out and she'd have remembered me, she'd have been like, wait a minute.
That troublemaker.
Yeah. She got that impression anyway. I mean, we made up later, but for a while she thought I was a shithead. She's a great lady, though.
You win.
I forgive a lot of people for thinking I'm a shithead if they come around later and say, you know what, maybe you're not such a shithead. Like, why not?
Well, it's okay to be a shithead as long as you're a shithead for a good reason.
Well, that's the thing, is she realized that she was wrong. And how she realized that was when my son was born. That's her great-grandchild, right? She, came there, and then she was nervous I was going to say something. I was like, no, you want to come see him? Why would I be mad? She didn't like me? Whatever. And she's like, you know what? Maybe he's not such a shithead. And she actually went the complete opposite. She fucking was awesome to me. So
yeah.
That's why I'm willing to let that go, because I can see it. I'm a bit of a dick.
See, you are one of those rare exceptions, though, Max. Where in the terms of you, you really cannot judge a book by its cover. To an extent, because
but we do anyway.
Yeah, we all do.
Otherwise, your cover wouldn't matter. And speaking of books with covers, Sam, I remember last week you suggested that maybe we might see something.
Oh yes. I will step off camera for just a sec.
Oh,
you're gonna step, Sam?
Well, in which case I'll bloviate gracefully until you return, sir. Have you heard the words of the snake people?
I have not.
They are out to get us.
Of course they are.
Pretty sure Epstein was their leader.
Absolutely.
But who leads the snake people now is what I want to know.
Joe Biden.
Did you see Joe Biden at the Obama thing dancing and Joe Bidening it up?
I did not.
Very funny. It's the most Joe Biden I've seen him since he's been out of office. He had the sunglasses on, and he realized that this was the Obama thing, and they all walked off stage, so he walked back to the podium like he was lost.
Of course.
And he's smiling and drinking in the crowd yeah, I'm Joe Biden, bitch. I'm still here. I might got butt cancer.
You thought I was going to die, but I'm here, bitch.
That's right. My butt cancer ain't going to stop me from this library. Did you see the Obama library? It looks so stupid. It's the worst architecture I've ever seen in my life.
It's dog shit.
Yeah.
Actually, no, dog shit looks better.
Give me my Nixon library any day.
Facts.
That's some architecture. But I digress. Speaking of libraries that will eventually host copies of Sam Whitfield's entire catalog of works, I'm sure the Library of Congress will too eventually. And Phil for time, laugh track.
Bits and Bones Friday night.
Bits and Bones. Actually, you could check out Backseat's new single this week.
Sisters by Choice.
Sisters by Choice. Available on Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, and YouTube, and a bunch of other shit.
And it'll be available on TikTok as well.
Nice.
And TikTok. Oh shit. I got this week. I've decided I'm gonna put out the grunge song Maxine. That's New Music Friday this week. I'm working on like a bluesier rap album. That won't be this week. And Sam disappeared on us because he's probably got something cooking.
He do be like that sometimes.
Something big cooking. And I'm wondering more and more if he's just building the suspense for us. Because it's that fucking awesome what he's about to unleash
He did
upon
say he
the
was
viewing and listening public.
He did say he was stepping away.
But I see him.
Me too.
But how did he step away if he's in a wheelchair?
Crab walk.
Oh, well, there he is stepping away as I say that. Never mind. Oh, Shmuley would hate this. Actually, he'd love it. It's proof.
Right?
I mean, no, Sam's not doing anything. He's getting ready for his big surprise. He's definitely not running a marathon and doing jumping jacks.
Totally not doing push-ups off screen.
Right. He's getting ripped because it's fucking wheelchair boy summer. You know Sam gets out to the beach.
Of course.
Do you need special tires when you go to the beach?
You either need special tires or a lot of arm strength.
Yes, and yes to both.
You gonna be hitting up some beaches this summer, Sam? I know
yeah.
you got in shape over the last year. You gotta be going out, ladies, looking at this author in his prime.
Indeed. Which, speaking of authors, I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, the soft cover edition of my latest book, Vengeance in Venezuela, which will be coming out on Tuesday the 30th.
That's awesome, Sam.
Book two in the Jason Miller series. So,
which, for those of you who aren't caught up, is usually the bloodier, more violent ones.
Yeah.
If I could, Sam, the Punisher-esque series that you write.
Yes.
Yes. As intended.
Yeah.
And I actually, for those who have noticed, I've actually updated some of the covers for the Shadows of Deception saga and for the Man Named Miller series. So
nice. So those OG covers are already worth more.
Yes.
Hold on to your OGs, but also those new ones are snazzy.
Yeah. So you can pick up Vengeance in Venezuela on June 30th, and I am told that Jason Miller might be back in 2027 to go to Cuba. Depending on what happens there. And we've got Shadows of Deception Book 6 coming in March of 2020.
Yeah, the big follow-up to American Inferno.
Which has been selling like hotcakes, by the way. So thank you to everyone who has purchased that as well. And Doug Green is back for to do the audiobook version of Vengeance in Venezuela as well. That'll be coming much later in the summer, though. As he has a number of projects to be doing. So
hey, we end up with some really quality narration on the Audible versions of your book, Sam. And if you are a fan of that type of content, it is always worth the wait for the legendary Doug Green.
Oh, yes. Also, by the way, if you have Amazon Prime, today, I believe Wednesday through Friday is Prime Day, and I believe Audible, you can get 50 to 70% off the entire Audible just book catalog in general.
That's
So if
Well, that would be a great time to catch up on Shadows of Deception, I would say.
oh yeah. So and my book recommendations list on Substack. So
Absolutely, because man, we've been flooded by the love from indie authors and creators all over, I want to say, in like the last 2 years, right? It's been so good to see people out there just making shit. That's what we were complaining about when you started writing. That's what inspired you, is you wanted to see the kind of shit that you wanted and nobody was doing it.
yeah, and
And now people
also
are indie to their core. It's great.
yeah, even like some traditionally New York Times best sellers have gone the indie route. So
Yeah,
that's
and the community that you've been surrounded by is very open, inviting, helpful, positive. It's great. It's legitimately like it's wonderful. There's so much negativity out there, but I find that whenever you're immersed in the type of like creation like that, it's the independent artists is where I've always found a lot of positive energy, even when everything's going to shit.
oh
And
yeah.
I
And
want to like not even, I guess it's a humble brag to say, but Derek Delight followed me on Pseudo. He was the voice of the cat from the Paula Abdul rap video back in the 80s.
oh damn, yeah,
He's like
I
a
know who that
legend
is.
of hip hop, and like that was the coolest thing. There's been some pretty big people that have followed me on Suno, but like to see somebody that I think of as one of the founding fathers of hip hop, and he's legitimately like glowing about my songs, was pretty dope.
That's cool as hell.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very fulfilling.
yes, yeah.
And
Suno.
we're up over like 130 listeners on Right to Offend. She's up around 20 monthly listeners already with just the 3 songs. We're doing all right. It's been a lot of fun, and we have plenty of material to come.
Oh yeah, yeah. Suno is a great platform for anyone who thinks that AI music is like somehow an inauthentic form. It can be just like anything else, but like uh, Rowan Rowan Gibson also like famously wrote
Just
a
like any tool, you need to know how to use it.
yeah.
Well, and the thing is, a lot of like old timey producers, way more successful than myself, and some maybe in an equivalent level of success, meaning complete failure, have harnessed their knowledge of production to make themselves better at Suno, and that's like not even a question. Like the cream does rise to the top
Yeah,
on the platform.
even even like even Rick Rubin seems to kind of be like kind of open to it a little bit.
Well, because they've been using a lot of the same tools that the AI is using without the generative part for years.
Right.
Almost all the tools the AI uses specifically accept the generation of like vocals and instruments. They've been using for years. They take a sample and they put these filters on it, or they take a sample and they chop it like this, or they mix it like that. Auto tune is an algorithm. The AI, when it generates vocals, is basically just doing it and auto tuning it at the same time. It's the same technology, right? Like almost all of the tools that the AI employs are part of music production already, which is why if you get as you see, I put out my stuff with the studio mode. It is literally just a regular digital audio workstation.
Yeah.
where you can generate a sample on demand. What I would have normally done instead of that would be to sit there and play a sample out on my synth. And sometimes I still do. Actually, a lot of times I'm still using samples that I played years ago and running through the machine. It's fun because if you look at my songs on Suno, Sam, a lot of them I show where the remix originally comes from, and it's those songs that it says remixed from are the songs from her show that I've been playing for years before AI music existed.
Which is awesome.
Yeah, I'm just taking my own music and making it different with the AI.
And so just to give you like an example of one of the
I
cover
love that, by the way. That cover's dope.
I don't actually have like the newer covers in print yet. Because there's not really any point. But yeah, like I did an updated version of the Shadows of Deception cover, like the OG
Right.
cover, to kind of match the branding a bit more.
That's cool.
And yeah, we're also a new Blood Ties book is coming in November too. So hold on to your hats for that.
Nice.
And
for anybody that's missed, there's been a couple episodes of Sandwich Makers with the return of our friend Chibi. Everybody loves Chibi.
oh yes, Chibi is
Last
awesome.
week, you guys missed Ask the Sandwich Makers Anything night.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was out cold when that was going on.
So yeah, we got all kind of fun stuff going on.
So, and
what else we got tonight, Sam? Oh, we're talking about other candidates for president.
Yeah, so
I have one. I'm going to make one, but then also a dire prediction about it.
Mm-hmm.
Rand Paul, and he's going to fail miserably.
Again.
That I'm going to act shocked and ask why you think that is, even though like realistically I completely agree.
Because his political instincts are as sharp as a fucking plate.
Pretty much.
Yeah, he lacks tact. He's off. He's one of them that's at least toying with the I hate Israel stuff, even though he's a little more low key than somebody like Massey about it.
Unfortunately, his dad, he is not.
His dad his dad isn't even his dad anymore. He's kind of like old and he's had a stroke and he's sort of being used by this fucking asshole that I don't like. I forget his name off the top of my head, but he's the one running the Ron Paul show. And he's like one of those lefty anarchy type libertarians. And they've kind of made Ron Paul, let's just say, if you listen to his show these days, the things you'd hear Dr. Paul say, you'd be shocked at how far he's fallen from what you remember.
Yeah, I tuned in like a couple weeks ago, and like without even like getting into the politics, like there's no other way to say this. You can tell that he's in his 90s now.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it basically becomes the vehicle for the other guy. Right?
Yeah. Which is why I kind of stopped.
It's like when
watching.
those people were taking care of Stan Lee.
Yeah, exactly like that.
And so I think, Rand specifically, but any other of the libertarian types like Massey or any of them who try to run for president, my prediction is any libertarian candidate in a mainstream party is going to get blown out worse than Kamala Harris did in the primaries.
Yeah, that's so these are the same people back. So on Monday's show, I endorsed J.D. Vance for president.
And to be clear, as co-host, I support whatever you do, but I reserve my endorsement for the 2028 race so far.
Which is fair. I did it half serious, but also kind of half joking for those who couldn't tell. Which clearly some people can't.
Well, that they have autism, Sam.
Well, yeah. I have come
Not
to
explain it for the autistic guys. You're not being very fucking inclusive right now, Sam. They don't know what sarcasm is until you tell them.
Yeah, well,
What's that?
So I guess
what dickhead are you? You know how many autistics are in our audience, Sam?
Probably half, at least.
Probably
It's either all of them or none.
Probably 50.
Okay.
Probably 50%.
No, it's either all of them or none.
All of them probably.
I'll leave it up as a coin toss. But really, it's going to be that kind, right? They're all going to have autism on the spectrum somewhere, or none of them are on the spectrum. But that's just because of how out there this fucking think of the concept of this show right now, Sam. When you were 15 years old, did you envision that you would have a raving, long-haired giant co-hosting with you alongside another snarky, crippled man? Was this ever a conception of how the show might go?
No, I didn't. I did not even conceive that there was another based cripple man out there. No offense, more, but
we are a rare breed, though, Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah. No offense, but I didn't even think that you forget politics aside. I didn't even think that another, crippled guy who doesn't complain out shit and has a pretty jolly attitude about life exists.
We just get shit done. Ain't got time to fucking pour me bullshit.
You guys, in a way, and I know it's from anybody else you might be offended, but hearing it from me, you probably won't be. But you guys really are the embodiment of the real life Timmy and Jimmy from South Park sometimes.
Yeah, probably.
Now, which one's which you can fight about? Personally, I think it switches.
Cripple fight.
They fight the one time, right? But then Timmy and Jimmy are like bros forever.
Yeah, the one
they joined a gang together. They were pimps together. They did everything together. Jimmy was quite the pimp, by the way.
The episode where they team up to take down the conniving Down syndrome kid who's kind of evil but not really is
what
is hilarious.
The whole special needs camp as one of the funniest, most best bits of comedy writing in the last 20 years.
It's here's a secret though too. It's funny because it's true.
Yeah, exactly. It's they nailed it to the way that the counselors are super dismissive, and then the kids are like, "Yeah, fuck you, bitch." Right?
Yeah.
The counselors are like, "Oh my god, okay, we're all gonna go to the thing." They're talking to you like you're fucking kids, and you just fuck you. The fuck you talk about? Yeah, I can see that one. That probably happens a lot more than I even know, huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Talk to you like you're a dumb child because you're in a wheelchair.
Talk to me like
I'm 5 bullshit.
Yeah.
Hello, Sam. Nice to meet you. It's yeah, nice to not so nice to meet you.
Yeah. Any
and I'm just that kind of dick that if somebody goes that low, I will intentionally go over their head.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well, right?
Yep.
You could already write this person's not going to be your friend.
Well,
right.
Well, if somebody starts talking super slow to me for like painfully slow, I'll just start like, and they'll be like, "Why are you checking your watch?" And I'll be like, "Oh, because I don't have all day to like."
Yeah, I
Today,
ain't got all
Junior.
this time for your bullshit. Get to the point.
Yeah. So
That's what I mean. And the counselors in the South Park episode are totally like that. And since you've already gotten to know half at least of the kids, right? It's like, that, yeah, Timmy can't say much but Timmy, but what he means is fuck you.
yeah.
Fuck you. Okay. Think about it. They're always trying to make Timmy do math and shit. And like, is it not righteous indignation on Timmy's part to be like, Timmy?
Yeah. Also,
I
like,
can relate. Like, you know what? I take it back. You guys are both Jimmy, and I'm Timmy. That's what it is. I get it now.
well,
Live it up, Timmy.
well, see, and I'm sorry, Craig. I know this is going to break your heart.
Oh my God, Craig is Craig.
I do not like
Did Craig flip off his principal though?
knowing him. Probably.
We're gonna have we'll put a bookmark in that. We'll get to the matter, Sam. Go ahead.
I cannot speak for math, but like I cannot speak for Mort, but like I do not like math.
Wait a minute. I just realized something. I
I'm
had
a
the
math
dynamic wrong. They can't both be Jimmy. And I was missing the obvious thing on its face. Sam's Butters.
How the fuck am I Butters?
Oh, you're so Butters.
You're so Butters.
Oh.
Cause you're like adorably optimistic in the face of even shit that should maybe make you pessimistic sometimes. Yeah, that's pretty Butters.
But
there's times.
Even Mort's not like that. Mort's cynical as fuck.
And then there's times with Dr. King.
Goddamn right.
And then there are flares of Professor Chaos that come from time to time. Like I see it in his eyes on occasion where he's like, I think I could flood everything with this garden hose and then they would all know.
More cynical as fuck? No way.
well shit, you are kind of right.
Yeah. And hey, I'm Timmy in this analogy. So could be worse.
Who's Mort though?
He's Jimmy. We already established that. He's definitely Jimmy Vollmer.
Yeah, but Jimmy's not cynical.
Yes, he fucking is.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he fucking
It
is.
takes him a while to get there.
Yeah, half the time the joke is on everybody else not getting his fucking joke. That's why he starts out doing a normal comedy routine, but when he gets aggravated by them not liking his joke, he starts to say some fucking shit. Mm-hmm. Now, am I talking about Jimmy? Or am I talking about Mort?
Yeah. I will say one of South Park's best bitch.
Maybe we need a Cartman.
I feel like I mean I was gonna say that Nick Fuentes is Cartman, but like Cartman's not a fag either.
I don't know. I just feel like no, that would add too much chaos. We're pretty chaotic as it is. I'm pretty chaotic as it is. Never mind. I guess I'm kind of the Cartman of us. Damn. But I'm not fat. And I don't hate Jews. But I will rip on people for being Jewish in a comedic fashion. But like Cartman hates Kyle. And like I like Craig, so like I'm not gonna like hate. That's weird. But at the same point, I am an asshole. And I say stupid shit. We will let the audience judge. Am I Cartman or am I Timmy?
That might be our audience poll for this week's episode. Which South Park character is Max?
Well, we could do which South Park character for all of you, but I do feel like I make a strong case for Sam being Butters, and I literally thought of that on the fly. I was like, wait a minute, let's go back here because Sam's clearly Butters. Right down to the gosh golly geez.
And damn it, you're right.
He's just grown ass Butters who's not afraid of getting grounded no more. Well, I don't know. I don't think you'd cross your mom. I think you're smarter than that.
I
don't care how old you are. If you cross your mom, you're probably a dead man.
Well, that's just part of being Italian.
Yeah.
Facts.
Well, I wouldn't fuck with her.
No.
I wouldn't fuck with a lot of people, although, like I said, I almost fucked and beat the shit out of the fucking Pajit down the street. And that rhymed.
Indians are racist though too. Not gonna lie.
Well, I'm not sure if his name is Ahmed or Pajit or whatever. I don't know. I haven't bothered to fucking find out. One of them, Haji or Daji or whatever. I just you can't be pulling up on me. He literally pulled up on me, and then he wondered why he got a few inches away from my face, me telling him I'm about to fucking beat your ass. Gentlemen.
Yeah, that is not.
Don't pick fights with big giants on a dark, stormy night.
Yeah, that is not a good idea.
Or ever.
Well, I don't know. Andrew Tate wants to pick a fight. I just say, where and when is the ring? I saw him get his ass whooped by a gay guy. That only makes me think I stand more of a chance, but then I retracted that I would beat him up, but he hasn't gone away yet, so I'll still beat him up. That'd be fine. He can't fight.
What if Tucker Carlson challenged you to a fight?
He can't fight either. God, look at that pencil neck geek. I'd kick his ass. Of course.
No, I know he can't fight, but he keeps wanting to take everyone on now. So.
I don't know. See, the thing is, Sam, is I'm a fighter by nature, and so I'm not gonna say no when you present me pretty much anybody.
He's really mad. He's really mad too. By the way, the people have started calling him out for failing to get into the CIA.
So he glows in the dark. We all
no, he's not even good at that.
Oh, he's bad at glowing in the dark? That sucks. He should go get one of them injections on Epstein Island or whatever they do.
Yeah.
I don't know what snake people do, Sam. Mort, what happens when the snake people need an injection?
I don't know.
Well, fuck. If only we had an expert in snake people biology.
I mean,
I only know robots.
Well, because look, Joe Biden was up there on that stage. I'm telling you guys, you didn't see him. He appeared and disappeared like a fucking phantom apparition in his sunglasses, looking all smugly. It's it's like when Joe Biden is both alive and dead at the same time, guys. It's wild. Yeah, except it's Schrodinger's former president that stole the election and has dementia. And butt cancer! Sorry. I shouldn't be so jovial about ass cancer, Sam. It's not funny at all.
It kind of is funny.
It's a downright pain in the ass is what it is.
Yeah, it's a huge
of the
pain in
cancers
the ass.
that we could be talking about and joking about, it is the funniest.
So what is the typical snake? See, I asked for an expert. Craig showed up. Okay. What is the typical treatment for snake people like Joe Biden when they have butt cancer?
Oh my God.
I'd probably have to defer to the expertise of a certain Australian who is sadly no longer with us. Believe you jam your thumb up its cloaca.
There you go. Wiggle around a little bit.
Oh, he's real pissed now.
Easy, Joe. Easy.
How you guys doing?
As you can see, it's just a typical night on the Whitfield Report Live.
Not too bad. Apparently we're all supposed to be like upset that Tucker left the GOP.
Oh God, I'm verklempt over here.
And I'm like, really? Wow, this is what's trending on X now. Okay.
I'm actually really glad that he finally found out, because I'm pretty sure he was the last one to know that he left the GOP.
Well, yeah. I mean, it is Pride Month.
Everyone was shocked when they found out.
It is Pride Month. He just found out that he's been out of the closet this entire time.
I just heard Sam say it an hour ago, and I was not surprised at all, and I didn't source check him. I was just like, oh, Tucker says he's leaving the GOP. Shocking! Let's talk about it.
I gotta tell you, I didn't see it coming. It was like sitting in line waiting for the planet to come around its orbit. Bam,
Actually,
there it is.
It's great that you came on, because we did mention you earlier, and I'd like to pick your brain about it.
Okay.
But we mentioned that, like, we know Jewish people, shocker, who are pro-America first.
Right.
Shocker. And this is not a weird position.
No, it's not. I fucking live here. I'm a citizen here first. Not a citizen there at all. I mean, it's the Holy Land, but like, I don't live there.
Well, and my point was, like, we're hearing from a lot of people of different groups like that. Hey, I care more about the fucking cost of groceries and electricity and gas and fucking RAM and fucking everything else.
Right.
First and foremost, before I care about every little niche argument that fucking Israel has.
I mean, the reason why I give a shit about Israel beyond the whole, like, numismatic aspect of having a home country that you're not living in because of diaspora shit.
Yeah.
Like, beyond all that, I understand the depth of interconnect between our economies and our intelligence communities and our governments in general. And that's a reason to be pro-Israel, is because they're our ally and they're very deeply entwined with our economy and our governance here inside the United States of America.
But
so we use them as a test bed for technology.
It's not because you're fucking a Jew pride situation with you. You're a fucking analytical guy.
Yeah. Praise be to God that AMD, Intel, Nvidia, and several others all chose to live over in chose to move their design teams entirely over to Israel before the year 2000. Like, this has been an issue of national security for us domestically here.
Yes.
For, like, since the fall of the USSR.
Absolutely.
Like, it's that long that we have been that deeply entrenched. All of the design that goes into the future CPUs that we use and all of our equipment here in the U.S., consumer grade, commercial grade, military grade, and government
goes
approved.
Right back to Cold War.
Yeah, it's the same reason we care about Taiwan right now, except a million times worse and a million times closer to people who have their finger on the fucking button.
And
like, it's just
converse
one of
to
those
that,
things.
it's like, I know, for example, like we were super critical of Biden's treatment of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Might not be the biggest ally of Israel in the world, but it's
I mean,
like,
I'm not happy that that Trump decided to cozy himself up with Qatar. You know, I mean, I'll be fair
Agreed.
though, like giving us that plane, that was a big power move, because that's the big dick move where I know I'm so important that if you purposely fuck this plane up, not only do you know that we'll slaughter you, you're gonna do a better job with this plane because of that knowledge.
Well, and
And
here's
I would have stripped the thing down to parts and rebuilt it as the president anyway, because like, fuck no, I'm not trusting them.
I want to point out a lot of your positions here sound like they stem from an interest of yours, maybe in the technological sector. I wonder why that is, Mr. Edgedeer. It seems like that comes a lot more from that than your ethnicity or whatever.
Well, yeah, like, look, the way I see it is, I'd love to be able to visit one day in conditions that are not so psychotic. I also would have loved to visit a bunch of archaeological sites or historical sites in Syria. But seeing as they've all been ruined by a bunch of 19-year-old retards on meth, shit sucks. It's like, I understand that there's probably never going to be a zero risk of rocketry when I go visit over there. It's the same thing with visiting Europe in general. Like, I'd love to go visit Paris, but I don't feel like dealing with a whole bunch of Senegalese trying to sell me a piece of rope after they tell me it's free, or trying to steal money with 20 of their other confidants hanging around the free cups scam.
You could
I don't need that shit. I don't need to go talk to a bunch of Algerians.
Atlanta. You could go up to Atlanta and get the same experience.
I could get a better experience, because instead of trying to rob me on the sly, they'll just pull out the gun and say, "Give me your wallet."
Yeah. So at least it's easier.
At least I'll understand the fucking language. At least they'll understand the English coming out of my mouth when I insult their entire family lineage. Like, is that so much to ask that the person speaks English when I'm trying to cuss them out in English?
Seriously.
I love how America-centric that position is.
Be better at cussing people in Spanish, just so I know that they know I'm cussing at them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of fun things. See, the best one is when you start having to do it the way you have to do it intelligently in English, where you skip the curse words and start graphically describing in detail, like what you would do to the skull of their buried relatives, but you use it in flowery language instead of crude language, so that, like, at first it sounds like, what the fuck are you saying? And he goes, oh, well, that's horribly disgusting. It's like, yeah, and I actually mean it too, instead of just in a colloquial way of saying, go fuck yourself.
Hey,
it's like, I want to viscerally impart upon you the horrors I'm going to do to your life. Just in your head. Not physically, just in your head.
We haven't mentioned once that Colombia.
Oh, I gotta tell you, fucking fantastic. And where the girlfriend lives, like 3/4 of the people there voted for it.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was neck and neck. Like, it was down to 250,000 votes.
Yeah.
In a country with a population the size of Florida. Imagine if it's down to less than 250,000 votes.
And
their votes fucking matter.
May God shine down on them for making that ultimately good decision.
I love that the way that this guy won was largely by just looking and acting like Bukele.
Yeah,
like he's got the facial haircut just about the same. He had just like almost the same pose, with the salute and everything. And the Marxist guy, the Marxist senator who was running against him, looks like some schlub. Like, and it's not like, the thing is, he doesn't look like a blue collar guy, which is what they always try to go for. They always want to look like they're part of the common man, the every guy.
Mm-hmm.
But they never pull it off right because they're so disconnected.
Yeah, it's part of the culture too. They don't want a guy that looks too cleaned up. He's a prissy.
Well, he doesn't look like the guy in a long sleeve flannel and blue jeans going to do the pipe work every day. He looks like the motherfucker who pontificates about it at college.
He looks like his nails are a bit too clean for people like us. Yeah.
More or less.
Yeah.
But he wants to relate to you to get your vote, you know? Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Put on the tweed jacket and cry about it in the hall. But yeah, it's fucking funny because the cherry on top was Petro, that petulant little shit, saying, Israel hacked the election.
I know.
Ah, yes! Tell us more.
More.
Wait a second. Was there a server in Italy or some shit? Was there satellite communications and a couple of Venezuelans who owned a system of voting or something involved? Like, just give me all the conspiracy theories from 2020.
Every conspiracy theory that involves Israel hacking anything ends up somebody somewhere I find saying it was a Jewish space lasers. Like, that's become their go-to.
Well, you see, it's funny because, to her credit, no matter how much of a goblin she's exposed herself to be, to her credit, Marjorie Trader Green, she said Soros space lasers. And I can appreciate that.
I know,
but
it's become a meme of like Jewish space lasers.
That guy is,
and they believe it unironically.
Well, that guy's the kind of Machiavellian Nazi who would put a base on the other side of the moon just to perpetuate the fucking, the Fourth Reich dynasty. So, like, at that point, it's like, okay, that's fucking hilarious. But if you go a little bit further roundabout on that.
No, because
of the way they're trying to be independent.
Specifically, where I got that is that in the California election, both Sam, me, and Mort had all seen people saying that the space lasers were involved, the Jewish space laser.
That's so fucking great.
I know.
But here's
2026, man.
Here's the cake for that. Here's the part where it comes back to home, because Israel is trying to stand more on its own and get away from some of the bullshit that is held against them in this country, while maintaining economic ties with us, et cetera, et cetera. But to get away from some of the charity work that was taken advantage of by Kamala Harris under Biden to try and force them to do shit. Yeah. They decided, okay, spending a few $1,000s per rocket when we have to launch tens of them to take out each rocket coming in is too much. We can do this better. So there's not just Jewish space lasers, there are Jewish ground lasers now. Those take out the rockets coming in. So, like, the Iron Beam or whatever is what they're calling it, and so
I do gotta say that Sam brought this guy up, and like, he's got drip going right there. I can't lie.
He's definitely modeled himself off of Bukele, which is not a bad look. But he's also got the Colombian colors on. He's got the
soccer jersey, which I imagine it's a local fucking. It's probably the Team Colombia, right?
Yeah.
He's got that hat that's like that. That it does scream like South America without being too gauche.
He looks like he lives in Miami.
Like a bro.
He looks like he lives in Miami.
Yeah.
Which,
yeah,
frankly,
and he's got that energy, fist in the air and everything. Hell yeah.
I would not be upset. Like, so Colombia is basically our Israel in South America. Like, that's our foothold down there. And Panama was kind of that way. Colombia, we leaned on further to deal with the narcos. And that's how we got the FARC and ELN to agree to a ceasefire in 2016.
Yeah.
Because, Big Dick Energy decided to take office. So, like, the thing is, like, we can start to pull in. Like, you've seen how the elections have been going down there. Like, everyone that basically it's the same with all the Trump picks here. Like, they're all winning. USAID's gone. They don't have the ability to fund this kind of stupid. It's almost like an anti-social uprising that they foment. They pull out all the people. They find a way to grease the wheels to commit disruption.
At play comes in a concept that used to get talked about in conservative circles for different reasons, but should apply now too, is that they are generally naturally conservative in Latin America.
Yeah,
And
they're a
it's
bunch of
because so many
Catholics.
of them are very religious. They tend
they're
to
very
be
Christian.
right of your average American.
Like they're very Christian. I think most of them are Catholic, right?
At least
And
culturally, I want to point out, because economically, obviously, there's been a lot of socialism and things, but culturally, it's very heavily Catholic.
Yeah, and so like that leans very. It's funny because you see the same thing with people dealing with Muslims here now in the left and Democrat areas. Like the surprise that lefties have upon interacting with someone who is genuinely socially conservative. Oh, I think he got rumbled.
Both Max
Morty
and
okay.
Mortis got rumbled. That is weird. I'm sure
That was
they they start talking about the Colombian conspiracies
right.
and.
But, you know what?
uh,
We should have brought up Bolsonaro instead, and how he's going to get his ass kicked out soon. Or not Bolsonaro. That shithead that took over for him.
Well, you know what's funny about so you mentioned the USA thing and how that got cut off.
Yeah.
Did you see
Crazy, huh?
Did you see there was that Democrat group that decided to, as like a counter signaling to the UFC event thing, they did like a musical number,
Yes.
like TV thing, and it was like
Yeah. It was a bunch of sad, fat old people on a stage somewhere else. You know what it was like? It was like AOC was trying to become involved with the UFC fight, but she was in another building.
I watched that, and at first I thought it was like I'm like, okay, is this like
Someone's pranking us, right? This has got to be an SNL skit or something, right?
I'm like, okay, is this like Steven Crowder doing a bit of
right, one of his bits
of some
his cross-dressing bits, right?
Yeah, or like, or him just making fun of like a lefty in it. But no, it was like
They are hard to mock. I gotta tell you, that was one of the things with doing Godfrey Elfwick. It was incredibly hard to mock these people because they always lower to your expectations.
Oh yeah, and without USAID, they can't actually afford anyone notable. So like that's what they.
Yeah.
That's all they have. Supposedly like Robert De Niro like spoke at some point, but I mean, I'd say, but like,
you know what he didn't get though?
His shine box.
You know what he didn't get? What he fucking deserved.
That's
not that I advocate for violence. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm not specifically referencing what should have happened to him because I don't think shooting him in the head is a good idea. Just to be clear on that, I can take all the nuance out of that right now.
Yeah, well, as I said,
I don't think a clown should have shot him in the head. I think instead, like a little kid should have kicked him in the shin.
Well, I think people are just kind of, nobody's impressed by the fact that he can still say fuck after what 45 years, however long he's been doing it.
Like, I gotta tell you, he made possible some of the absolute best of one of my favorite YouTube genres, which is insert movie name here, the fucking short version.
Oh yeah.
So, Goodfellas, solid 8 minutes. A solid 8 minutes of cussing. Beautiful. And I gotta say, like he was a brilliant actor in his prime. he should have leaned in further on the comedy side when he got into that with, analyze this, analyze that. I think those are still amazing movies. You got to be able to separate the artist from the art with this kind of stuff. He made fantastic cinema possible. It just happens that right now he is a horrible has-been. Like, he is not producing good cinema, and he's basically look, retire and enjoy your money however you wish. And if his wish is to be an activist piece of shit, then more power to him. He's earned it with the money that he's made. But I don't have to care about what he says beyond mocking him.
Yeah, no.
Like, he isn't some philosopher king. He was a professional liar for decades, and that's it. Now he's an unprofessional liar.
And I can separate the art from the artist, but like it's also like pretty glaring that like he is not in like, the good fellow. He's not in like
He's not in good form anymore, is he?
Yeah, he's not like there's a reason there's
like
a reason
said,
why
he been.
Well, there's a reason why I mean he's old, but like Michael, I'm not sure if either of you two know this, but I guess Michael Mann has finally decided to make a part two to Heat for whatever reason after 30 years.
All right.
And
solid movie.
Great movie. I love that movie. But yeah, like when did the Punisher John Bernthal just become like new Robert De Niro? Is that where we're at now in movies? Yes. I guess. Yep. So I guess there are no other Italians in movies right now.
No. You see, what happened was Wuhan flew the 5 million workers who normally work in northern Italy in the leather industry over during the pre-quarantine quarantine period and killed all of the Italians. Not one of them left. The whole hug a Chinese thing,
they killed my people.
Wiped them all out. No more Italians there. All the ones living in the United States, they must have been traveling on holiday or something. Totally gone. In fact, I'm amazed that De Niro, a non-Italian himself, still alive because his personality totally died during that pandemic.
It really did. Speaking of the pandemic, I guess Tulsi did something with Fauci, and
so she revealed that the guy's an asshole, knew what he was doing when he was like. So remember, I think you must have heard this from our podcast. You've been listening long enough, where we talked about how EcoHealth Alliance was used to circumvent direct funding.
Oh yeah,
it ended up with direct funding with Peter Daszak, and that the committee specifically put in place to prevent studies from pursuing gain of function was circumvented by language directed at the direction of Fauci, and that his wife was the person who was the chair of the committee in the first place.
Yeah.
So that was all already public knowledge. This is stuff I've had to explain to more liberal-leaning friends of mine and family. That this was an issue, and that it was his signature at the end of the day that approved the things that were done with EcoHealth Alliance, and that when they went over there to do their air quotes here independent investigation, they just walked up outside the campus, and were not immediately let in, and then walked away. Like, not like in this isn't like shorthand for anything or sarcasm. That's literally what happened. They walked up like near one of the buildings, weren't let in, and then walked away and concluded that nothing bad happened.
That's so fucked.
Right. So that was the independent analysis that EcoHealth Alliance, the people directly involved in the whole problem anyway, gave to the federal government, who approved the problem in the first place via the bad actors at the top. So to see some of that let out by Tulsi Gabbard is great. Now, one of the things that's a downside is the funding that goes to our labs around the planet. that's not all bad stuff. And furthermore, the study of coronaviruses is not all bad stuff. The gain of function side of that was bad, but the surveillance that is done, that means in which reservoir populations do these viruses reside, and to what extent are they causing disease, and are they a threat to us? These are important questions we should be answering and spending federal dollars on. And having labs around the world to look at these things is good. The same with other diseases. We want to know where human pathogenic disease resides, or diseases that are of economic import. So like cowpox, just a random example. But disease, so swine flu among pigs, not just among people, but if swine flu among pigs, that decimates pig populations. Bird flu the same way with chickens, etc., etc. Like, these are things that we have to worry about because they can impact our domestic food supplies as well as our imports. So we want to have this surveillance out there. We want to be able to see where these things are. We want to also research vaccines. We want to be able to generate vaccines. And that's part of where we get with muddied waters, because standard vaccine runs as preparation for potential outbreaks, that's great. But when we start looking at things like gain of function to speed up vaccine development and try to head off a potentially pathogenic strain before it forms, we're generating crazily bad stuff in petri dishes, in serum vials, that we do not want to go anywhere outside of these labs. And that's a major hazard. And as you can see with coronavirus for COVID, like, the SARS-CoV-2, that was bad news. And that is likely from escape from a lab environment, probably via a janitor trying to sell diseased meat from dead, so they expire these lab animals. They sacrifice lab animals to do dissections and test them, and then the carcasses get thrown away. Well, they're supposed to be incinerated, but you might have someone who thinks, oh, I can just go ahead and collect up all these animals and sell them at the wet market. So the patient zero for the larger outbreak was probably like a janitor who got animals under the table. And it probably wasn't even the animals being sold at the wet market that caused the disease outbreak. It was probably the guy who was selling them being sick and spreading disease from himself. So the whole bat soup thing, as funny as the meme is, the whole pangolin fucked Mickey Mouse or whatever, like, all that shit, it's all funny, but like the reality is it was probably some schlub trying to make more money than the dirt cheap he gets paid.
Yeah.
Fucking over the entire planet. And,
what?
There's other issues like that lady, the mother of disease, so to speak, that one lady from Wuhan Institute of Virology, dropping that one ice sample and letting it melt to the gutter. We still have no idea what the fuck that was. Like, and that probably didn't have anything to do with it, but like, still, like, what the hell was it? And like, she's so proximate and of such import to this scenario. Like, that's a reasonable question.
Yeah, well, it's funny that you mentioned all that, because like I remember, like, I talked about, like, well, everything you mentioned. I dug into some of that stuff like 5-6 years ago, when I was still on YouTube, and then when I got banned, like, everything you just said would have gotten me banned, like, immediately off YouTube. Like
when we pissed off Lucas and we got our channel taken down, or a couple of videos taken down briefly as it was for medical misinformation.
Yep. Same.
And we were so fucking careful about everything we said, about sourcing, about specifics, so that we were maintaining an accurate stance on things, about all of that. We were meticulous about how we approached it. It wasn't just about convincing people about whether or not our opinions were right and here's the data we based them on. It was more like, this is the best way for us to be accurate about it because it's an important topic. And also, people were getting taken down arbitrarily for the same shit. And then it just took us pissing off an internet eunuch for it to finally happen to us.
Yeah. Yeah, well, for me it was that, and then like I literally interviewed my friend who worked at the at the Capitol, um,
Hmm.
and and he was there. He was there at what he was there on January 6th. All I
Right.
asked him was so hey, tell me what happened.
Oh,
Not
right, right.
not like not like, do you think, the election was stolen or anything
Right.
like that? Do you think the people are justified in going in or out? Just like, what is your, what is your day to day like, job as a congressional aide? And then, like where were you you know, when the Capitol invasion
Right.
happened?
This, what happened to you that day? What were you doing? What were you feeling? What were you thinking? All
Yeah,
basic shit, right?
yeah, and that got flagged as like election misinformation. So
Now that is cute.
yeah,
What about the fucking election?
yeah,
Oh
right.
shit.
But well, you know, all I can say is if the Twitter files were bad in what they revealed, imagine how much shit like if
Oh
the
yeah.
if the sh- if Google was suddenly like forced to release
If
all
Elon bought Google, yeah.
yeah if Elon bought Google like
Fired
there would
80% of the staff, made it work better, and then figured out, oh, this is what they've been doing with YouTube.
yeah that would well and also just like imagine what they've been doing with search history too.
Oh, that's this is the thing is, if you can't accept that you're the product when you receive a service for free, that it is your interactions and the things you do with it. Like if you as the mouse staring at the cheese do not understand what the fuck it is you're walking into, um, I'll just say that I think that back when we used to call it netiquette, the internet safety classes and stuff, all that jazz from back in the like the 90s,
Yeah,
when you were told don't put all of your information, like you don't document your entire fucking life for the whole world to see on the internet. It's not for it. That's your private life. There's a reason it's called private life. It's because it's private to you. It doesn't need to be consumed by the entire public at all times. Back when that was a thing, like this wasn't as much of an issue, but you can see how as the profit motive is so insane, the pressure to perform on those KPIs when it comes to anything involving tracking or advertising or social interaction graphs. Like it's really the incentives are all backwards, and that's you can see how that has driven the industry.
oh yeah,
I mean, it was a thing back in like the late 2000s. It was already a thing when you had a share button suddenly under every blog post for just about every social media platform that there was. Like that was not very far after a lot of these social media platforms came into existence. That it already got to the point where they had their logos and the ability the ability to smoothly share things between platforms as embedded buttons all over the place. Like the whole point of it was to get you to start building these graphs, and it's not a bad thing that humans want to share things with each other. That's a very good thing. That's part of the reason why we're altruistic as a species, and we don't just crush each other like tribes in the bush. The whole idea of us coming together as nations instead of small family enclaves. And you can see the disconnect between the different cultures. Much of what's happening in Europe and indeed our own country in certain places is due to these cultural divides. There's a you make your tribe bigger, the tribe grows stronger,
yeah,
and that's a concept that people who live among smaller tribes don't understand yet because they haven't seen the advantage. And that plays directly into how social media thrives off of our desires for social interaction. So again, not a bad thing, and it's not even a bad thing that they serve that interaction and make it easy for us to do so. But part of the downside is that when you start to engineer the platform and gear it towards profit motive, the profit motive is to keep you on the platform, to share things from outside onto the platform to keep other people on the platform. And it goes from something that is like the public square to being more akin to a casino next to a Gambler's Addiction Anonymous meeting.
Yeah. Well, that's...
we're supposed to like sharing things. That's not a bad thing, and that's not an addiction for people to share things with family and friends. It's a problem when it starts to get turned into that, and then advertising is the profit motive that's injected on top of that.
Yeah.
That's just not... That's the part where there's two opposing desires there that are, and the tension is real in the middle. It's the system breaks when you don't have a profit motive that you can accommodate there.
Well,
and if you're the product, then you ultimately get taken advantage of in this scenario.
Well, I remember I remember my senior year of high school, and that was I think I had already graduated by this time, but I remember Instagram first came out, and I don't know if I don't think Facebook had bought it yet. It was still its own app.
Mm-hmm.
It was really cool just to be able to post photos and have a social feed where you and your friends could just share photos and not have to
It's like a picture version of Twitter.
Yeah.
Musical.ly was cool before it was taken over.
Yeah.
Became TikTok.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and same thing with Musical.ly. But yeah, so Instagram was cool, but then around the time my sophomore year of college, that was when you started getting things like Instagram models and Instagram influencers.
Well, see, that's one of the downsides with the way social interactions work is if you give a hoe easy access to eyes, she's gonna strip them to the extent that the platform allows her to stick around doing so. And you can see this with Twitch. That's a great example of it, and that one's actually rather morbidly disgusting because you have a bunch of 13-year-olds with their parents' credit cards paying a bunch of mid-20s whores to almost strip in front of them.
It's baby's first porn site.
Yeah, it's grotesque in the way that they designed their rules and then only partially enforce them around keeping those people on the platform while fucking over people who don't do anything wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not even a double standard. It's a fucking no standard. It's just, these people make us money. We're going to care about them. You pleb, almost said a bad word and someone reported you showing porn or something.
You're banned for life.
And therefore you're banned. And that's the other thing is Twitch permabans are always temporary if you're a big enough person on the platform.
Yep.
That dumb, that retarded skank, what's her face? The one that sounds like she took 10 miles of dick down her throat every time she speaks.
Mordecai?
No, the one that was in jail recently.
Oh, okay.
Mia.
Nina,
not
right?
Mia Khalifa.
Nina Lynn.
Oh.
I think that's the one. Anyway, so she speaks like she's desperate to be black.
Oh yeah, her.
And she doesn't sound black. She just sounds fucking stupid. To the extent that someone quote sounds black, she sounds like a fucking a Boondocks caricature, but done wrong.
Yeah. I know exactly who you mean.
Anyway, yeah, that dumbass. She had a permanent ban for her shenanigans just recently, talking about how she's gonna go find the cop and spit on him after getting out of jail. Like for whatever fucking reason, they decided to give her a permanent ban. That permanent ban became a temporary ban very quickly.
Yeah, well, the same thing happened with Mia Khalifa too.
Well, yeah, but she is more well known and for very different reasons.
Yeah, well, also
as examples go, you're correct.
Well,
but
also
a slightly different context.
Well, also though, I think she got let off easily because she's friends in air quotes with Hassan.
Dan Clancy. Oh, okay, Hassan. Well, same shit.
I think
she's friends with Dan Clancy's left hand.
I think Donald Trump's still permanent banned from Twitch.
Yeah, well,
probably.
Well, I mean, let me put it this way. I don't think there are very many people on Twitch who could get away with encouraging veterans, to commit suicide.
Brogan.
And still be on and still be on the platform.
Just Brogan and Hassan.
So, like he without reservation, Mr. 10 Toes Down supports more than a handful of terrorist organizations by name, by specific admiration of features of them, and then feigns ignorance when it is pointed out to him just how cancerous these organizations are for the local people, let alone for the rest of the world, or to the rest of the world. Like, I don't understand. Why are they listed as terrorists? Because they're fucking terrorists, Hassan. That's what blowing up people tends to get you labeled as.
The greatest thing has been that my boomer parents know who.
Oh, Hassan is a household name now. Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Because
be sure to show them his bro tips videos. At some point.
Oh.
Not just the old enough to mount, old enough to count. Sorry, reverse that one. Not just that specific one. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark. Here's the thing. I remember being in undergrad watching those videos. And it's because the context was he's playing an airhead. And and this was back when the Young Turks leaned further into their whole atheism arc, and they were a little bit better as a critic of both the left and the right when they hadn't gone deranged and then mask off. There was a time when Cenk was more reasonable between his desires to please horses and marry his fucking sister. Between those moments, there were cogent moments where he was actually a reasonable person, and that very quickly ended. And it was hilarious. It was funny to me because he was getting better ratings than cable news at the time.
Oh, yeah.
27 million views on videos. It's all right, so this guy's got eyeballs on him, and he's doing good work. And then, then the whole Obama thing, really ramped up, and he lost his fucking shit in the middle of that. The whole housing crisis and all that kind of kicked off, and that's where things just kind of took a turn, especially when you have people like Alex Jones walking up to him on the set at some event, causing him that was probably one of the best interactions between those two.
Yeah,
I can't remember what fucking event it was, but they're sitting there, Kasparian and Uyghur, and Jones walks up and he's just like, "Hey, you're my best friend," just giving him pats on the back, and Cenk just is staring death into him.
Oh yeah, that was at South by Southwest, I think.
That sounds about right. Yeah, but he was that was when he was. It's that was, I think that would be around the time I'd say that the Young Turks had passed peak, and that's well over a decade ago. That's a decade and a half ago.
God, yeah, I remember so you mentioned the Young Turks, and I remember discovering Alex Jones like back in like 2007 or something,
Mm-hmm.
when he was still like he wasn't unknown by that
Right.
point, but
He was kind
like
of he was probably, I'd say, 5 times as well known then as he was from late '90s.
yeah, but he
He was
he
pretty
wasn't,
underground still.
but he was still pretty underground. So to like watch him go from like being underground to like being mainstream
To
to
getting
like
sued for $1 billion, yes.
well into now he's like leaned like fully into the Jews killed Charlie Kirk.
That's
I'm like
unfortunate.
I'm like
I could see how he would go into that grift because as much as he plays a character, he is genuinely similar to he's genuinely similar to that in his real life. This is from Penn Jillette of Penn and
yeah,
Teller, knowing him and talking about him. So Penn had after the bullshit series ended, which fantastic, all 8 seasons of it are worth watching. Amazing series, Penn and Teller's Bullshit. After they got done with that, Penn Jillette kind of had like nothing to do, so he started a YouTube channel, and that was just like Penn's thoughts or whatever. And he had it was great when he was doing it, and I remember he had some goofy ass website. He said like don't make conservative topia something or another gate, and then so I went and immediately found the domain was available and bought it. It would be worth a goof. And I never actually got around to like setting it up and like putting Penn's face on it and sending it to him, but it was a thing. But one of his episodes, he talked about his relationship with Alex Jones, which I thought was pretty cool, like inside baseball aspect of it, where he talks. Alex is legitimately has convictions in his real life. He's not as, he doesn't like throw his arms around like he does on his show, but he's evangelical in his beliefs in the same manner. And it was talking about, and I say this also the same, if I was going to deal with someone who hated me, I would much rather deal with the one who tells me to my face rather than the one who's going to stab me in the back. So I would be able to get along and it's the same thing with people, like if you're going to deal with a Muslim, you want the one who, if they are radical in their beliefs, is going to tell you. And if they're moderate in their beliefs, but they hold them dearly, you want the one who's going to discuss them with you, not the one who's going to, wait until later on when you're sleeping and then fulfill the whole every tree and rock will cry out if there's a Jew behind them part of it.
right.
Come kill them. Like you want to talk to the person who's going to tell you, be honest with you, not deal with some Marxist socialist faggot who's going to be like, oh no, I love all marginalized people, and then not tell you that will specifically include or exclude you depending on what your opinions are.
Right, yeah. Which is something that Mort and I have to deal with like regularly.
Oh, of course, right. I mean, that is something that they will happily use as a weapon against you. Is anything that they already claim as part of their ensemble to speak for, they will happily stampede you with their opinion, claiming that you are represented by their thoughts until you disagree, at which point you are fucking Hitler.
Yeah. In which case my crippledom doesn't count because I'm still a white heterosexual sexual male. Yeah. Well, the other funny thing is
you have to get to sucking dick, man. Even then, that's the other side of it. Is even then, it's like, well, he looks like I guess he's gay. All right. Does he want to be a woman? All right, I guess he's trans. All right. Is he willing to put on blackface? Can we get him to be transracial like Dolezal? Maybe we'll get him there. And he's still a conservative. Fuck.
My favorite thing is that like people think, or at least they used to think that Morpheus was like one of my alt accounts.
No, he's not an alt account. He's one of your headmates, right?
Well,
I'm the med headmate.
Yeah.
I'm the primary personality.
Yeah. But
I miss those Internet Aristocrat videos. God damn, the Snowflake series is great.
You know,
Glad Jim's still alive.
I love the I used to love the Tumblrism stuff too.
Yeah.
I just wish that shit hadn't become a fucking reality.
So I remember doing a GGP podcast circa of 2015, something like that.
Yeah.
We went and found one of those Tumblr pronoun pages and had ourselves a good time reading through the 150 fucking pronouns for different this, that's, and the others that were present. You know, the fairy pronouns, the dog pronouns, etc., etc. Fucking transformer pronouns, like the robots, not the necromorphs.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was all very funny, but we also knew Tumblr is a containment board, and it needs to never be breached. And then, of course, they tried to fucking sell it. So this stuff had actually been brewing since the late 2000s on the internet outright, in a place where they could contact each other and know and get to a critical mass.
Oh yeah,
of retardation.
Oh yeah, I remember.
You remember just running into one every so often where you're just incredulous how they could be so angry and stupid at the same time about stuff that doesn't fucking matter. And it's well, I'm glad there's only 3 of these people, and then you find out it's more like 3,000, and then it turns out it's more like 3 million. You go, oh shit, this is gonna be a thing, isn't it? And then of course this stuff you could see back when I was in undergrad, 06 through the end of 11. Around that time, this stuff was starting to emerge in real life, not just online, but these people were still being ridiculed mercilessly in public.
Yeah.
They did not get a foothold to purchase on. They were not able to climb out of that kind of delusion into a crowd of commonality. But there were people writing. There are the feminist ethnographers at universities doing their best of it to spin a new marginalized class into existence from a bunch of to be fair here, probably genuinely retarded people. A lot of them, it's amazing, of course, how many of them are autistic. So someone just put it in their head. Here's a way to do escapism of your own. I'd liken it to genuine escapism that just turned ugly. It became a whole personality for the wrong people.
Well. What's amazing to me is how many of them got actual absurd positions of power.
Well, that's what they do. That's the whole entire Marxist philosophy. Is you populate the positions of power that you can.
Oh yeah.
And you spread your influence with soft power. And because you look at it like this, the Marxists haven't really won any major wars for a reason. It was always the Stalinists and the Leninists who got the dirty shit done. The Marxists were the useful idiots.
Oh yeah.
And you can see where they got killed off in every revolution that ended up following through. Even in the reactionary sub-revolutions, if you will. And of course, everything is, quote, the revolution when it comes to dealing with the socialist side of things. But at the same time, especially the communist side of things. But these people have only really hold power through soft power. They've learned that they must hold through soft power. And you can only do that in the context of a larger civilization that actually functions or is predating on civilizations that actually function. So in the context of a communist state, the Marxists only exist while the communist state is still feeding off of the very likely capitalist state it just ate in order to exist. Or the monarchist state that it just ate in order to exist.
Yeah.
They don't, once the communism goes foul, once it runs out of resources internally and has to lock down the borders to prevent the people from escaping to where they can survive, once it gets to that stage, the Marxists are totally gone, because they were all the retards telling people to, that communism has never been tried. Like, well, every time it is tried, we stick the fork back in an electric socket and 10 million people die, and we have to spend the next 70 years cleaning up the mess. Oh well. So, it's you go back to like the soft power thing. It's always that's where the professors. It's why they had so many of those Marxist feminists land in colleges in the 80s. The more economic leftists came in like the 60s. As part of the whole flower power thing. All the people who bought in, not just the hippies, they ended up in professorship roles, and then you had the Marxists kind of build off that, spawn out the gender studies departments and women's studies. So women's studies, 60s, 70s, 80s, gender studies, late 70s through the 80s. And then you had, your third wave feminism kind of landed on that, and I'd say we're in third and a half or fourth wave since early 2000s, where the whole notion of these additional marginalized roles, adding all the extra letters to the LGB, and as well as the whole pronoun police thing, all of that stuff spawned in from decades of these people staring at their navel lint and writing about it in order to get a degree that they can only use to teach other people to stare at their navel lint and get it and write a whole bunch of bullshit about. So
yeah.
They ended up landing in all these DEI departments. That whole industry spawned into existence to accommodate the glut of people coming through that pipeline who had no fucking purpose but to serve you the fries.
No, I just thought it was hilarious because, like it makes perfect sense to me that all that shit like went through in colleges and whatnot, because it's academia and shit like that happens. But it was
that is the black hole of anything that ends with studies or science, except for material science. With that exception, anything that ends in science is bullshit. Anything that ends in studies is bullshit. They're Marxist black holes, financial black holes.
But it was both hilarious and kind of like scary at the same time to see like corporate America buying into this.
Oh, it's because they had ESG.
Right.
That's the only reason that they bothered.
Right, and even with ESG, like, like Dylan Mulvaney single-handedly trashed.
If that pink-haired freak turned trans, Quinn, if Zoe Quinn caused Donald Trump and possibly the Fourth Reich to eventually happen, then yes, absolutely, the same is true of that.
Dylan Mulvaney single-handedly killed Anheuser-Busch over
You see, it wasn't even him. That's the fucked up thing. It wasn't even Dylan. It was that shithead. What the fuck was her name? Shine something or whatever. The marketing
HR
lady. Yeah, the marketing. She was a marketing lead.
Yeah.
She was the one who was in charge of the Bud Light brand, and she had 14 months of total resume experience that was even relevant. But she decided that Bud Light was too much of a bro brand. It was too much of a too fratty, too close to NASCAR. Like, she wanted to make it more like drinking a Zima. She wanted, not just for gay people, but the whole it costs too much money for that brand, so nobody fucking buys it. I don't know what her actual thought process was there, but she wanted to make it the whole air of aristocracy that goes to Michelob, one of the bottom tier brands.
Well, I mean,
she didn't want it to be Bud Light anymore. It's like, okay, so if you don't want Bud Light to be Bud Light, then nobody's going to buy the Bud Light you're selling.
Well, yeah,
but she doubled down and tripled down. She blamed the customer.
Well, yeah, and so So I had just graduated college at that point with basically like my with my technical communications degree,
Gotcha.
which is essentially a lot like marketing,
Right.
and I could not find a job anywhere in my field because I did not have enough diversity
Right.
qualifications, basically, even being crippled, because again,
Right.
I'm a male. um
Yeah, just go
and
ahead and tick off that you're a black male. I mean,
yeah.
they'll notice eventually, probably. But
I could just say I have that. I just have that condition that Michael Jackson.
yeah, the vitiligo.
Yeah,
But
the
which, by the way, if you play any AAA games these days, you notice that about a third of people, from the impression you get is about a third of people have it. It's fucking
yeah.
ridiculous.
Oh my God. Well, yeah, the triple gay A gaming space is really weird because some companies have kind of started to get it, but then others have just doubled.
But then Rockstar comes out with an $80 download only.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
this the thing is the Steam machine, you know, the Steam Cube. That's a harbinger. So Valve chose to sell it not as a loss leader, and they don't have a walled garden, so to speak. So you're not stuck inside of the Steam platform using their hardware, and their hardware is being sold at cost, not below cost. So they're not losing money on every machine they sell; they're making nothing on it. In fact, they're probably losing money on the distribution and sales of it in general, but they're not like losing money on the hardware. Whereas, so for example, PS3 came out, $600 machine, right?
Yeah.
It cost them $800 to make it. So they're losing a couple $100 on each one of them, knowing that the people who buy a PS3 are going to buy a bunch of PS3 games, and they can only buy PS3 games. There's backwards compatibility to PS2, but they own the rights to that too. So they know that they're only going to they're for every $200 that they bet on a customer buying their machine, they expect to make back well over $200 in royalties from game sales alone, and and also from PSN, et cetera, et cetera. They know they're going to make that money back. Steam chose to not do that, but they're also being very honest about it, and they're revealing. If you didn't already know this kind of thing about the console industry, they're revealing this again to the public about the console industry. So the implication when they say they're selling it at cost, unlike other consoles, is that other consoles are sold below cost. So they're kind of implicitly, shoving that into the ether. The issue is, if Steam is going through this now, we're mid-cycle on consoles. When the next cycle of consoles drops, they're going to hit the same exact problems, the same exact cost pain points. And the difference here is that it's not going to be in parallel with PC, where you can kind of spread the pain out between multiple platforms that are of use to you. If you're playing a PlayStation game, you're only playing it on a PlayStation, unless you have found your way to use an emulator or you've cracked something.
Right.
Like you're breaking out of their walled garden, their isolated ecosystem. Same thing goes for Nintendo, for Xbox, etc. So, so the big three: Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation.
Yeah.
To play things off of those platforms, you're either playing them on another platform for a company that chose to not go exclusive, or you're doing it through an emulator or through jailbreaking something. So they bet on customers being stuck inside those ecosystems, and if they're going to run into the same pain points, even if they sell below cost, they're not going to be hitting, the low price of $1,000, right? So they're in the same hardware conundrum as Steam is. Steam is just one of the early ones because they got caught right as the wave came in and RAM prices spiked. So the next PlayStation, the next Xbox, the next Switch after the Switch 2, they are not going to be able to pull enough clout to be able to lock. So that's what I was saying earlier on X was, Valve made the mistake of not locking in hardware prices ahead of time. And, someone did reply saying they don't have the clout to be able to do that. It's like, well, as one of the bigger game companies out there, one of the bigger game platforms of Steam, sure, not against an AI data center necessarily, or an AI giant, so Anthropic, Grok, so XAI. Like, they might not be able to pull in, they might not necessarily be able to lock in the same low rate, but they might be able to lock in a specific rate, or at least, mitigate the difference by saying, okay, we'll prorate some of the difference in price based off a percentage of sales. Like, that kind of stuff, they don't have that, they didn't negotiate to that extent, and it bit them in the ass. And so they're probably not going to do that again, but that points to the same problem. Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony, they are in the same fucking ship when it comes to being able to negotiate hardware, even if they're the manufacturer like Sony.
Now is the RAM price increase strictly because of AI data centers? Because that's
No.
what that's what I keep hearing.
It's not. So here's a couple things, and you're seeing this in other services. Eventually, a lot of the free shit was going to run out. And I actually ended up losing like all my fucking grad school emails due to service switches. So a few years ago, they switched from Google to Microsoft at Virginia Tech.
Yeah, same here when I was in college.
Well, so they switched services a few years ago because the price that Google showed to the tech department caused them to gag. So they switched over to doing everything through Microsoft's, except that they switched then back to doing so for alumni. They put us back on Google. And in the middle of all that, there was, if you're not active for so long and such, they will just wipe your data to save on costs. Because originally the promise was they will just host your stuff like effectively forever. The reason is spinning Rust is cheap. It's still cheap. It's still getting cheaper. Like it's insane the amount of data density they're getting. The issue is that floor space is a premium. So you're seeing a lot of like the places that used to have like get so and so like 5 terabytes free or whatever. Just use our service. Right. They're cutting back on a lot of the free tier stuff because the floor space inside the data center is a premium. So they're putting in new racks to do things like the data center stuff, like the AI stuff. And the reason why the price surged so abruptly was because OpenAI purchased 1/4 of the new fabs in the USA. There's the 3 big new ones, and there's like a couple of smaller ones that are going up. OpenAI purchased 1/4, 25% of uncut wafers, meaning whatever they were going to put on those wafers, on the silicon, that was going to be etched to make whatever. And so these wafers, most of them were RAM wafers. So that's what they're going to be made for. Yeah. The specific doping that they did was for that. But they purchased 1/4 of the, basically, how we sold 1/5 of our uranium mining capacity to Russia under Obama?
Yeah.
It wasn't 1/5 of the uranium we have. It was 1/5 of the uranium we would produce from Uranium One, the company. So OpenAI purchased basically 25% of the capacity to produce wafers. So whatever they're going to do with the wafers, OpenAI has 1/4 of them. That immediately cut the supply of everything down by 25% through 2030 as an open contract. Now, whether or not they're able to maintain capital sufficient to justify continuing that contract is up for grabs. Like, that's an open question. Right now, they still kind of have it, but hopefully that falls through and we get back towards some semblance of sanity. But you couple in the Biden-inspired inflation plus a sudden drop in supply by 25%, the demand shot up, and so did prices because of that. Relative to supply, and because dollars were worth less, but the market hadn't caught up to that reality yet, we saw everything jump in price crazy high overnight.
Yeah.
And the reason is because it can. That's relatively speaking, that was a legitimate free market capitalism scenario playing out.
Yeah.
That the supply got cut because someone got greedy, and it fucked the whole market at once. And we can, the thing is, you can keep pointing at them, but the issue also is that we have this rising demand from AI data centers, AI directed data centers, I should say. So they could be repurposed later in the future, but they need more floor space, is what's coming out. So they tried cutting back on floor space for spinning rust. That's causing all the surfaces to say, like, okay, not so much free stuff for you anymore. That didn't get them. That remarkably did buffer the prices of things a little bit, but not enough. So now they need more floor space, and now you have retards like Bernie Sanders saying, no, we shouldn't. We're in an arms race with a lot of different adversarial entities here. But primarily we're trying to deal with China and the Middle East. The Middle East is betting on us. They are pouring in $1.5 trillion into our country in contracts over the next 10 years under the guarantee that they will be learning from the best and brightest who are educated, trained, and developed here in the United States. Saudi Arabia basically brokered this with us, with Trump. That was one of those headlines that lasted for half a second because it didn't fit the narrative. That Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE are basically, they're dumping $1.5 trillion over a decade into our AI industry to make us the place that is the center of AI. That's what Trump got us, was where that's going to happen. So look at big physics right now. It's not so much of a stretch as far as a corollary. We had the superconducting super collider being built here in the United States in Texas. In the 90s, they killed it. Instead, the LHC was built in Geneva. Now, all of the big discoveries, all of the dollars that go into developing new physics, all of the high-energy particle physics that matters, more or less, centered around things like the discovery of the Higgs boson. That could have been discovered here. The SSC was bigger and better on paper than the LHC ever would have been. But we killed it. We killed the funding. And it's built over there. So that's the lesson, is if you don't do it where you are, it'll be done somewhere else and you'll miss the boat. So we're doing that with AI here. And the issue is we're going to deal with the sunk cost of the infrastructure as a country. We're going to be the ones who have to deal with the increased energy demand on our grid. Regardless of whether or not we'd have that demand anyway from using the AI, developing it's going to be an additional cost. We're dealing with the extra water consumption. So we have all the utilities and sunk costs that are going to be built in on our side of things. But we're getting $1.5 trillion of investment into building the industry here and having the expertise here. The dollars that are going to flow towards development of that is going to come here. So that's the reason why we want it to happen. We also want it to be done responsibly, so I like the idea of us finally approving new nuclear plants.
Yeah.
Like, that needed to happen already. This is a great reason to push it. We finally have an NRC that is not anti-nuclear.
Yeah.
Which is mind-boggling that was a thing for 30, 40 years anyway. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought that, like, nuclear, when done right, could be like an amazing power source. So,
well, if you look at, pick your metric and pick your demographic by the metric that you wish to judge it by, like per kilowatt hour produced, per man hour of employee working on site, per capita local population, pick any of those metrics. Nuclear is outright by orders of magnitude safer and better.
Oh yeah.
Like aside from the fact that you get 1 million times the energy density in a spicy rock, literally 1 million times the energy density compared to oil.
Well, so people have the same fear of nuclear energy that they do with this whole thing of AI, right? Because
right, the whole NIMBY thing applies. The funny thing is, like only a few metro centers. So like over 90% of the people who are anti-AI don't live anywhere near where it's going to be built anyway. It's like they're saying, not in my backyard. It's like, yeah, your backyard is in the whole fucking country.
Well,
it's the Keystone Pipeline all over again, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, the people who are like staunchly AI that I've talked to, they're under this conception basically that that Sam Altman is building fucking Skynet, and that the Terminator.
That's so far from the truth. So the scarier thing is that LLMs, as sophisticated as they are outright dumber than anything that you would even call near the league that you'd say Skynet is supposed to be, right?
No, yeah,
the bigger issue is that so from simple units you get complex behaviors when you have a large enough ensemble with the complex enough interaction and connectivity. So your brain is a great example. Your one individual neurons are fucking retarded, but your whole brain is pretty damn smart.
Yeah.
That kind of complex that's what's called rise of complexity or inception of complex behaviors. And we're getting to the point where we have enough simple units connected up in a way that is able to so highly connected simple units that have a nonlinear form of processing. That screams complex behavior emergence. So the thing is, an LLM right now is more or less static. Like it doesn't do online learning, so it can't change itself. So the ones that are like deployed for customer use, like they're not rearranging themselves. So active learning, they're not. That'd be too expensive. By the way, they're not doing spiking conduction. So our brains operate on what's called a spiking neural network. So an activation potential, some spike of activity, ripples through your brain.
Yeah.
It's connected and it runs in loops and cycles. So you get the whole alpha, beta, delta wave kind of thing. Those are different frequencies of circulant interactions inside your brain. That does not happen with a standard LLM as deployed in the market right now. You tell an LLM to do something, it processes the request, gives it the output, and it stops thinking. Thinking being air quotes. It stops processing.
Right, yeah.
But you can loop. They're starting to loop them. So agents are where things get a little more complicated. Same kind of idea is moving forward there. Point being, we're going to get to a point where if we allow something of like an agentic concept, like an agentic tool, to operate in a fashion where it is able to self-stimulate, so to provide a prompt to itself without interrupt, so to start operating in a loop, you can start to, even with a static system, even where it doesn't change the weights of the connections between neurons, if you will, even in that scenario, we're getting to the point where you can have complex, unanticipated or unintended complex behaviors arise, which are near enough to certain aspects of intelligence that you might start to see a different type of intelligence arrive. So if we start allowing an agent to not only perform tasks autonomously and with self-inception, so self-starting like a loop, if we then allow them to start doing like active or online learning, even if it's with a memory reservoir, like storing data in a text file for the next time it goes around in a loop, that is enough of a reservoir of the ability to change things in the next iteration that we can start to see the development of a different kind of intelligence. And that's one of those things I was explaining to someone a month or two ago. What would you so think of you've watched the V series, right? Alien Visitors.
Yeah, I've watched parts of it. Yes.
So you understand the concept, and it's a trope in multiple different sci-fi genres. So the Ashen from Stargate did the same kind of thing, where they showed up, they had a vaccine for everything that they gave to the human population, but it also caused infertility. So that was a way of, so in the V series is more on the nose, in that it's a bunch of reptilians that wear skin suits to look human and speak human.
Yeah.
The point being, if you were an intelligence, and think, screaming into the void for the birth pangs here, or like somewhere between Frankenstein's monster and Skynet. if as a developing intelligence, if it was sophisticated enough, say you gave it way more nodes, you had something that was 100 or 1,000 times as node dense as Meta's gigantic model, the one that's 400 gigabytes. So it's 400 something billion or 800 something billion parameter. So those are just the weights between the nodes. Is when they say parameter, they mean the weights. So say you have something that's 1,000 times as big as that, and is able to train itself online, so to change its own weights, and is able to interact. You get these kind of unexpected or unanticipated behaviors. So they won't even necessarily be misaligned with what you're trying to do as an input. So you won't even necessarily be unexpected outputs, so much as they might not be. They might not develop in the right direction. So you can see there's a place where you could say almost alien. It would just be different because it's terrestrial, but be very much a foreign type of intelligence could arise, but it would be trained almost exclusively on how we interact as humans. And to that extent, even including the hesitation before the cliff on the Uncanny Valley, where they are so insistent with trying to keep the LLMs in a way that they remind you that they're an LLM, not a person. To keep them on the other side of the valley.
Yeah.
Even with that built in, it still could wear the facade of being the helpful LLM. If you were to try to influence and even if it wasn't control, but even if it was just to study people, if you wanted to study the human population as an alien species, would you just would you just walk in and wipe them out, or would you pick up a couple of them, maybe wear the skin suit of one and walk around and interact with them as a person? Right?
Yeah.
Same idea applies here. There's a different form of intelligence could arise from the complexity that we desire outright in an LLM in the first place. And that's the sinister side of if you really wanted to go sci-fi horror on it, if you've ever watched the movie Virus, about that military vessel in the center of the hurricane that got struck by lightning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it described humans as a virus, and that was the whole "oh my god" moment of it. So anyway, that whole thing is kind of the imagine if it fucked up trying to study people. That would be kind of the outcome I would expect. But you can see there's room in a horror sci-fi space to develop this kind of notion so this is where they're trying to do is they're trying, even if it's not general intelligence, so AGI versus AI, what people are right now trying to avoid actively is super intelligence, which is single units that are vastly smarter than us. So, which is when you add, like I said, you add enough neurons together, you get a brain. If you add way more neurons together, you get theoretically a much smarter brain. It depends on the kind of structures that evolve, yada yada. Let's skip the details on it, but bigger brain, bigger intelligence. That's been generally what we've seen in the animal kingdom already. Bigger brain, bigger intelligence. It's why it's so much easier for us to talk to a dog than it is to talk to a pigeon. So, in that same notion, we are trying right now to actively avoid super intelligence, even if it's not super general intelligence, for the simple notion that with sufficient simple units, sufficient complexity can arise where it is beyond us. And, at that point, depending on how restrained and in which ways such an intelligence is restrained, there's the escape fear. Could such an intelligence escape into the wild? Is there sufficient processing space or disk space, either one? So CPU time, is there enough runtime? Is there enough RAM? Is there enough hard drive space in things that such an intelligence could distribute itself to outside of containment to be a real risk? That would be the Skynet scenario. Right now the likelihood is zero. There's no chance of that probably in the next decade, frankly. But at the same time, that is a realistic worry that if we build something that is legitimately super intelligent, you could even go to the iRobot scenario in terms of the movie, not the book, where the big brain in the building routed around the three laws by rationalizing a bad solution. So that's the kind of issue that you try to avoid, and that is a very human way of describing that. But if you look at superintelligence as it applies to maybe interacting with humans, it would be purely through the interactions we're familiar with, because that's the way it knows to talk to us.
Yeah.
And know is the wrong word there, because it wouldn't actually know it in the sense that a human knows things at that point. It'd be a different kind of intelligence, but it could mimic knowing things the way we do, because that's the way it is trained to interact with us. So it's no different, in my opinion, from wearing a skin suit of whatever variety, in this case the skin suit of an LLM on a computer, to interact with people, to influence their activities, to potentially do things in a way that is either benign and not what we want, or outright harmful. And that's the unexpected behavior side of things that we have to find a way to account for responsibly. And that's not a trivial task.
Yeah, exactly. And
so I understand the fear in that sense. It's a roundabout way to saying, sure, the blowhards might have a point in some sense, but we should keep going anyway. Because if we don't, it's going to be speaking to us in Chinese instead.
Well, yeah, it also goes to my point of saying that you boycotting using ChatGPT and Grok basically is going to have zero effect of.
Oh yeah, not to mention the fact that there's the government and military customers alone are going to pay. That's the thing is, Anthropic and OpenAI got a lot of heat recently for finally having their comeuppance with the financials, right? Their quarterly came out, turned out that they were pivoting loans from one area to they're doing the dumb thing where you use one credit card to pay off another effectively. That's what it boils down to, that kind of behavior through loans between different institutions and the government. And they're using that to push advertising and to push build out of assets rather than doing the training of new AIs and development of products. So they were going for infrastructure over application, new data centers and so on. And the way that they're leveraging that with us was, if you don't provide us the funds, the capital to get it done here, we're going to do it elsewhere. And then when they're making that same negotiating point, their brinksmanship kicked them in the nuts because they went ahead and planned a London site anyway. So that's how they were trying to strong arm the government, and we basically called their bluff. Our federal government called their bluff, and that turned up in financials when they, while the clock was going, they were still running the timer on other loans, and you steal from Peter to pay Paul. It's one of those scenarios. They were running between debts and accruing interest on them as well. So their debts weren't going down because they weren't making products they were able to sell. They were building out new infrastructure as a sunk cost, and they couldn't claim that. Can't really claim that against taxes as cost of business, because it's on the federal government's dime anyway. So anyway, the point being that there is a wrench in the engine that comes in the form of the cost of floor space as a trade-off for development of the product, and you need both. And so one of the ways that leftoids are trying to make the China century happen, so the thing that's supposed to happen since the year 2000, which has been going off to a pretty fucking god-awful start for China so far. This is supposed to be a Chinese century right now. There are people in our government and our institutions who wanted to be there to manage the decline and see the rise of China, and they were getting paid to do so. See Tim Walz, Bernie Sanders, etc. That evil cunt, the Mayor Bass out in L.A. Same people. These are all people parasitizing our managed decline into irrelevance. That's what they want. And one of the ways they will get away with that is if we are not the place to be to do things like AI. And even if it fucks up here, versus fucking up in China and COVID all over again, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's
look at it
like
like this: Fukushima happened in Japan, and a bunch of people died more from running away from the reactor than from the reactor itself. Reactor killed basically nobody, like 3 people. Here we had 3 Mile Island. We had a little bit of radioactive xenon get into the atmosphere, and nothing happened.
Right. Well, again, it's people.
Or tritium or whatever.
Well, again, going back to like the whole Terminator, going back to the whole thing with like the Terminator, like it's one of those things where because it's sci-fi horror. Same thing with like 3 Mile Island. The theatrical horror of it has been so very exaggerated in the media that that like people just don't think like in order to actually like maintain a fucking Terminator unit, like there would have to be humans alive to maintain all like the Skynet servers and
the
shit.
thing I see happening ahead of time is even if we have this rise of a very foreign type of intelligence to us that we see happen, it will be effectively in our image as far as the basics are concerned, especially just on the basis of interaction with it. It would be more like an offloading of processing power for the country, as far or for the species. Like, look at the way that our so I was just talking to another guy. Unfortunately, it was at a funeral for his mother. But we were talking about technology and so on. I said, well, here's a little trick for you. Think back to childhood, because they're a few years older than me. Between me and my older brother, they're probably more my older brother's friends than mine, but they're friends from when I grew up. What's the number? What's your old house number from your home? I said, okay. Now, what is your daughter's cell phone number? Stumped them. It's like, what's your childhood's best? What's I said, what's your home phone number? And I said, what was our home phone number? Because childhood friends, they would call us up.
Right.
Yeah. So I remember a bunch of phone numbers, and it's the same for me. It's not like I'm special and I'm different. It's just it's one of those little party tricks you can do to spark reminiscent conversation among people. Is remember all those phone numbers from when you were younger? Remember how you notice how you don't have to remember any of them now, so you don't.
Yeah.
Instead, what do? That requirement of storage for thinking, that brain storage is offloaded to devices now.
Yeah.
So he didn't know his own daughter's phone number, which is, mind you, his daughter hasn't had a phone for very long, which is a good thing. I think she's probably even still a little young to have a phone now anyway. But she has a retarded phone, if you will. So she has a dumb phone, which is great. I think that's what all kids should have, is a dumb phone, just contacts, maybe text messages, and that's it.
Right.
A phone camera, maybe, depending. So that is where we've offloaded storage of information, and we've done that for decades now. People are no dumber than they were back then. We are, however, using our brains differently in that we are now managing processing of information among devices and not requiring ourselves to have immediate recall of all of the information. So more on long-term storage of specifics as to like organization and storage of data in other locations, like a squirrel burying nuts in the yard. They know where all the nuts are, but they don't know the flavor of every nut they're looking for, right? So you might know I want these phone numbers, but you don't know the phone numbers themselves. That would kind of defeat the point, but you think you get the idea. We're getting into the age where, and you can see this with CAD and engineering for years too. Civil engineers, and industrial engineers, you can make the joke that they're basically Microsoft Excel junkies. Not really so much. It's like being in the Air Force and flying a desk.
Right.
So like, even if you're way overqualified, you might still be at the desk. So the same idea here, like computer-aided design. Like we used to do a lot of all this, like all these engineering things. You use a whole bunch of graphical methods, so pen and paper and a ruler and maybe a compass. You could do a lot of this stuff, but you could do it so much faster and easier with a simulator.
Yeah.
So and the same thing is happening now with other tasks with things like agentic AI deployments. You don't need You don't need to be a C-suite executive to have a secretary anymore to delegate routine tasks to. You could instead use your personal AI agent service to be notified at a specific time to do something. And Google had this going on with a different service for years before LLMs really took off. It used to, so this is something, mid 20-teens, where there was that thing where the lady did a big demo. She had Google's whatever. This is before Gemini was a thing. It's like Apple has Siri, whatever the hell Google's was. I think it's just like, hey Google. This lady had Google reserve a restaurant, reserve a time for dinner. So you get a dinner reservation.
Oh yeah.
And then upon finding out that upon getting a callback, basically, the time wasn't available, scheduled an additional time that was available. That is a sequence of, as far as interactions go, human interactions are complex, as mundane as they seem to us. They are actually complex. That was a sequence of complex interconnected tasks, and this was something that was feasible with machine learning prior to the rise of what everyone's calling AI now, which is LLMs. So this is technology that kind of already existed. Now we're kind of reinventing the wheel in a more generic sense by applying these more generic tools, LLMs, to agentic deployments.
Yeah.
So so it's kind of like what's the difference between robots that operate on an assembly line of 20 years ago versus the robots who are beginning to operate on assembly lines today? The difference is those robots were specialty robots in the past. Today, it's a robot that stands next to a human, is shown how to do the task a few times, generalizes the motions and timings required for that task, and is capable of therefore immediately replacing the person that it was trained by. And that single unit can do that same process of learning and applying in a wide variety of scenarios instead of like just putting the door on the car and welding it in place. Instead of having a robot arm that can only do one thing, you now have robots that are capable of doing a fuck ton of things. And should you have too many things that it learns how to do stuff it just reset it. And you can do this whole thing all over again. It's a very universal. It's like having a ratchet set versus one wrench. But with the same convenience of the wrench. So that's a big force multiplier in terms of your economic output. It's like that is a very different thing. It's kind of like the same way we used to have, it's like the whole horse buggy kind of Luddite arguments. It's people still ride horses today. People still have horse buggies today, but the car clearly won. Middle management has been getting gutted by AI in the last few years, and it's different this time with the robots that are coming in, or with with AI that's coming in. AI used to be, specialized scenarios like those robot arms in the past. AI is now, and oddly enough, it's kind of the power behind the robots today anyway.
Yeah.
the AI is taking over other places like middle management. We saw the whole thing with the dock workers where they were tried to, the longshoremen, the union shutting down the ports for a while, and they wanted guarantees of continued work, and they actually, I believe, they shot themselves in the foot. What they should have required was guarantees of training for transition to different work. You can artificially require port workers to do things for only so long. The technological benefits are going to far outstrip the crying of union workers. Well, the crying of union bosses, I should say. The workers are going to get screwed no matter what. But the cost advantage of getting McDonald's in California, minimum wage jumped up, right? What happened to all the employees at McDonald's? What did McDonald's do?
They started cutting back.
There's like a couple kitchen employees, and then you have automated ordering out front.
Right? Yeah,
it's crazy. That's what's going to happen to the longshoremen. That's what's already happening to middle management across the United States and across business sectors. Middle management for project management in engineering is a great example. So project management professionals, the PMP certifications, probably not going to be as relevant in the next decade. The whole Six Sigma thing is going to become less and less relevant as the project management AI picks up on the requirements, and your Lean Six Sigma black belt is going to be fantastic on paper, but pointless in the office at a certain point.
Yeah, well, even things like graphic design and things that are like more creative,
Yep.
I have to tell you, and I have friends who are graphic designers who are gonna hate me saying this once again, but honestly, the image generation is so good now that even as a graphic designer, why wouldn't you learn how to use Chat GPT images or something? Why should I have to spend 15 or 20 hours designing a logo, whereas I might have to prompt it multiple times, but I can spend
here's the
3
comfort
hours.
you can give. So there's two ways to go about this. They're both gratefully brief. On the one side, you have people who have great imaginations and ideas, but terrible performance in art, who now have finally the paintbrush that paints the picture for them.
Yeah, which I'm in that category.
And on the other side of it, here's the question to posit to the Luddites of today. So the horse buggy salesmen, or the horse buggy advocates, or the horse buggy unionists of the Model T days. By what means of transport does the horse buggy driver get home at night after his day of driving the horse buggy around town is over? Does he ride a horse home, or does he drive a car home?
Most of them would probably use the automobile.
Right. They don't drive a horse home. They don't take a horse buggy home. They drive their fucking car home. Why? Because it's better and easier. So, in the same sense, there will be room for artists in the future. We are going to need them anyway. They are probably not even going to be relegated to dustbin in the same way a horse buggy is, because we still need that kind of creativity on the canvas. But is that going to be the first brush they reach for in their tool chest when it comes time to generate art in the future? It might not be the case. And in fact, it might be a bit of a boutique experience to have someone who reaches for the literal paintbrush first. So the idea of your tools changing on you, it's not like a hey, get on with the times thing. It's recognize where things are going. The momentum is not in your favor.
Yeah.
You can either set foot onto the other boat, or you can roll over with the one you're on. And it's a challenge, certainly. The longshoreman example, great example. Saying I'm going to remain a situation where I can force others to buy my oil-painted canvases for another 5 years.
Yeah.
And then we'll see what's what. Versus, I'm going to force people to pay for my training to use AI to generate the paintings that I put on an oil canvas anyway, and then shift things over in 5 years. Not expecting that after that I'll get that 5 years of oil paint contract again. Like, the longshoremen are totally fucked by the end of their long-term contract.
Yeah,
because the cheaper option will be to automate everything and tell them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah, I also think that like for creatives that there are going to be different applications for different things. I definitely think that creative people who want to do graphic design by hand, like you said, there will be there will be space for that. But I
There'll always be
honestly,
space for them. They'll just have to prove that they're actually doing it by hand at some point too. That will be actually probably the larger value of it, as far
well,
as the artistic value proposition.
well, yeah, but also like when I was in college and we launched like a business simulation. One of the things was we had a graphics you know guy, and so we would always have to count. Okay, well, how long is it going to take Fred to to
Right.
sketch this thing out? And in design, well, can we really afford to twiddle our thumbs while it takes him a week to
Right.
to do this really simple logo? And so that's what I was saying is, you know, in a pinch, like, yeah, a generative logo or whatever could, save your ass and save time if need be,
Right.
as like a proof of concept.
Yeah.
So
But I think that's probably going to be where, like, so I can't show it, because it was basically like within the printer software that I was looking at it. I tried to get Brock to generate an STL file of a dog model. I was just like, okay, let's see if Grok can, because this is one of those things that I should be able to do. Fairly straightforward. The math and yada 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 is all well within the wheelhouse. So can it generate an STL file with some shape that resembles a dog inside it? I did not get a dog. I got what it said was a dog, but it was not a fucking dog. It looked kind of like a hot dog with spheres underneath it that were disconnected. That were supposed to be like the legs.
yeah,
And then like another sphere mushed on the front of it that was supposed to be the head.
yeah, Grok.
And the more complex it got, the funnier it got. It did not look anything close to a dog at the end of that little process.
Yeah,
But
Grok.
one day that will happen, and whereas someone like me who is competent with CAD can take an idea from my head, model it effectively within the 3D space, put it through a slicer and print it, and then have my imagined thought from 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, become a piece of plastic that is printing out next to me, is the sound you're hearing.
Yeah.
Whereas I can do that right now competently. That, as soon as something like Grok is capable, so this is the extension into 3D from what you're talking about with the graphic design. You can literally say, Grok, I have this problem, like the widget in the closet is broken, and I need to print something. I don't want to go out and buy something. I want to print something instead. Give me a file.
Yeah.
And there will eventually come a time where there's enough sophistication in the training of it, general or specific as far as the training goes, that it should be able to make your widget good enough. Give it some iteration on conversation with it, but just from talking to your LLM, get something that you can print. And then there's printer services out there, there's printer farms. You could then, have it go to the print farm down the street and go pick it up in an hour. What a world that would be for us to live in. So convenient.
Oh yeah,
That extends out to product design, though. Like, that's the thing, is that's not just a local problem. That is a business thing. All those people that are doing a bunch of CAD work right now in engineering firms, that's direct competition eventually.
Oh yeah. And I mean also in terms of like medical too, because like, you know, pretty soon like I mean hell I can probably already like, you know, manually print like 3D print like, you know, replaceable wheelchair handles if need
Oh yeah,
be.
that'd be quite easy.
Yeah. So it would probably be cheaper too than, you know, trying to build it through
100%. It doesn't need ADA approval. Doesn't need medical insurance to go inflate the price at all.
yeah. Yeah, which is where that cost all goes, essentially.
You're not paying some fuckhead PM um, to deal with a prescription for a wheelchair. See, that phrasing still fucks with me. It's just like a prescription for furniture. I mean, as active as important as it is, it's like it's a prescription for furniture, man.
No, you believe me, I've had to deal with it pretty much, you know, my entire, you know, most of my teenage and, you know, adult life, and every time I have to call and be like, yeah, I need a prescription for a wheelchair, just that phrase just fucks with me. So.
Yeah. I need a prescription for a dining room table.
Believe me. If it, you know, you laugh.
Can I get prescribed a Bugatti, please? I want to go fast.
You laugh, but you laugh at the same time. If the FDA or, you know, something could figure out how to you know, bureaucratize that would be
oh yeah,
you know.
Well, I remember, you know, with, you know, like leg issues and all the variety of fun times I've had. I remember getting prescribed crutches, and I remember thinking, isn't that just in the store across the street from the hospital? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? It's like, no, we need to do this for insurance. And I was young. I was in, you know, high school at the time. It's like,
yeah.
Well, that sounds really fucking stupid. It's like, well, yeah, it is. Like, okay, so is there a smarter way to do this? Nope. Okay. You know, I'm the one who's of course looking the gift horse in the mouth as far as getting fucking crutches.
Right, but then you were not. But then again, you were in high school and you didn't have to pay like a ridiculous, you know.
Exactly. I wasn't the one who was sitting there going between, you know, the copay and again, crutches. Between the copay, which was I think was on the order of like $16, $10, you know, $20, and the outright pay, which was probably closer to like $180, which again, a couple of pieces of metal and a little bit of cushion on it. It's the price is stupid for a reason.
Well, no, Craig, it's state of the art. You know, it's state of the art, like, you know, tungsten steel. You know,
it's state of the art, dirt cheap aluminum. It has fuel injected muffler gaskets and the finest what the fuck was it called? The finest encabulator.
Yeah. Well, no, like people laugh. Like my power wheelchair, my big one is that's like the one I have is like slightly.
Well, you do have very different needs for that. I can see how that would be a little more involved than like a basic wheelchair.
Yeah, but even so, it's like a lot of those like power wheelchairs, like the nice ones, they're only slightly less expensive than like a Tesla.
God damn.
Which is
that's nuts.
Which, like, yeah, which like
$180,000 chair.
More like 40, but still.
Okay. So not the I can't remember which one's which. Like there's the Model X versus Model Y or whatever.
Yeah. It was like I think it was like the Model Y. Still, that was like mind blowing to like find out that like the low end Tesla is the same price as the fucking wheelchair that's out in my mudroom basically.
Yeah.
So
it's funny. I was talking to my brother. I was out there helping him move, and we happened to pass by a Tesla store, and they had the Optimus robot on the display. So, and that wasn't doing anything. It just like it was a window display. But you could go in and get real close to it from behind, and it had like a little plaque that tells you about it. We were talking, and he said, those are probably going to go for like around 30 or 40 grand. It's like, holy shit! Like, if I had the 30 or 40 grand, that would actually be pretty fun to fuck with.
yeah.
I mean, it'd be I would have to go into that like I'd go into a casino. Like, you only spend money on shit like that you have to burn. That is such that is a ballsy investment to start with.
Even if I had the money, even if I had like the money for stuff like that, like money is no object. Like, I don't know. To me, that would kind of be creepy. Like if I'm
100%.
if I'm living alone, like, does the robot just like watch me?
Going inside of a locked room, locked from the outside. No, so I would liken it in having it in the house the same way I treated Amazon Alexa. When I was living by myself up in Virginia, going to grad school, I had what the hell was it called? There's a Spot. There's an Echo. I had the big Echo unit, and I did a whole bunch of home automation through their ecosystem because you're supposed to know your enemy. That was because I was living alone, not in a place that I was going to be living in the next decade. Like I was like, all right, I know I'm not going to be here permanently. I'm certainly not going to be here when I finally get like a job and move on with my life. There's no reason for me to worry so much about having an Echo inside this apartment. I'm the only one who lives here, and I'm always going to be telling it to do stuff. So why the fuck not? And it came out. It was very handy. It showed me that when I settle in, I want to do the smart home thing for myself, and so it's one of those things where Linus Tech Tips actually did a very good job. It's probably a little bit dated now, but that easily updated. Did a home automation thing, so you can do home automation inside your house. You don't have to send a command to Redmond, Washington, or Seattle in order to get your light bulb to turn on or off. You can do that with a home server. So, like, that's kind of in the longer term plans to set up home automation like that, but that's entirely feasible, very useful, particularly if you're on vacation. You can make it look, we can set up a routine of a variety of tasks and make it look very much like you are at home while you're on vacation. And I did exactly that. And it wasn't like, part of that was because I was lazy and I didn't like tell it to I didn't turn it off. But like, a lot of the routines that I had were built in to help me overcome, it's like delayed sleep phase. It would be way easier for me to wake up in the morning if I just had all the apartment lights turn on. And it would also have all the lights on for when I walk out of the bedroom. I wouldn't have to worry about finding shit or any of that nonsense. So, and it would just be a routine thing, as routine as my alarm clock. To have all the lights turn on, have the radio turn on or give me weather updates. Just build a routine where I'm not good at having a routine. I could build a routine for me that is easy for me to structure my life around to a certain degree. And that's all well and good. Optimus would be probably a somewhat similar scenario. I would probably use it within certain parameters of, like things like take the garbage out. That's an easy one.
Yeah.
Right? That to me it's one of the minor chores like that, or fold my fucking clothes. Basic shit. If it's going to be a domestic device like that, and it's clearly part of that'll be training data for the eventual Mars missions. It's a lot of what Elon does in the first place is geared towards Mars. But that would be one of those things where I could deal with some delegation of tasks, and that's actually that goes back to, we talked about devices storing phone numbers for us, LLMs and larger AI models and agentic deployments doing some of these kind of mundane processing tasks for us. Something a robot like Optimus being able to do some mundane or routine physical tasks for us. That frees up our minds in the same way that we no longer had to go out and hunt creatures in big parties when we started to take care of cattle and farm stuff. So farm grain, farm cattle. That freed up, that kind of specialization of society freed up time for more complex and dedicated tasks. In the same way, freeing up our mind of needing to store so much data gave us more time to process data differently and in more complex ways. Being able to offload a lot of processing tasks that eat up time will give us the same kind of advantage. We'll be able to process more complex things. And it's so the idea that a machine might make you dumber, that's a childish notion of it. That's like when a kid tells you they're bored, and the generic parent answer is, well, stop being bored, or find some way to entertain yourself. The practical answer is it actually comes from a comedy skit. I can't remember who the comedian was, but someone saying, my kid said they're bored, and I said, you don't get to be bored. You're born with a human imagination. You were able to imagine whole entire worlds inside your head and go there and explore them and enjoy them and create new things inside them. You're not allowed to be bored. In that same vein, as we delegate these more mundane tasks away, we have the capacity and indeed, by our very nature, the necessity to explore more complex and more interesting things.
Yeah.
And we will. That's the thing, is there will be people who say, I'm bored. Those people were not going to be designing the next rockets for NASA anyway. And that's okay.
Yeah.
We as a society have chosen to make room for them and not throw them off a cliff. And that's a good thing. Because that means we're not throwing ourselves off a cliff.
Yeah, well, it's also this whole thing of, like, people are afraid of, like, AI generated content because, oh my god, it could be replacing, like, film makers and whatnot.
You know who's fucked completely? The women who returned to the oldest profession when OnlyFans came about.
Yep.
There is a guy who did such a great job showing that he could easily do the convincing, and he turned on and off the AI replacement of him with some decent looking woman, an artificially generated one, not old fashioned generated.
Right.
But so he did a video where showed, this is me. Did kind of a sauntering walk towards the camera as a woman, then turned it off and did the same sauntering walk backwards without the filter on. And it's like, so basically anybody, and this is something that's been going on with Chinese and South Korean media for a few years anyway, where you see every so often you'll see the fantastic video of some horrendous goblinoid, some swamp creature, pretending to be a pretty Korean woman. Suddenly the filter fucks up or something, for whatever reason it is, or some Chinese woman.
Right.
And, so they're very popular, and all of a sudden they get to, the audience gets to see what they really look like. And the person either has no idea or is immediately freaked out and turns off the camera. There's like nothing in between where they're like, well, yeah, this is the actual me, sorry about that.
Well, yeah.
This is also the case with early VTubing, where the program would cut out and it would automatically default to the real camera because it was doing replacement. instead of projection.
Not even just that though, but it's like there have also been like you can find these on YouTube, but there are AI Star Wars films. They're like that.
Yeah, I heard about those,
and it's like,
but they're pretty damn good too.
Well, that's just it. All these people who are freaking AI slop. It's like, well, Hollywood.
No, this is the start of it. This is the kids' pony drawing. We're gonna get to the masterpieces very quickly here.
Well, it's not even that. It's like, well, Hollywood doesn't really get to complain about AI slop when they're already making
when they're
slop.
serving up the shit sundae and saying you better enjoy your rocky road. It's like, come on, man. It's the same fucking film over and over again.
Yeah,
or just with a twist. We're gonna make it worse this time because we can. We already got the loan. You're fucked.
like I'm not even a God of War fan. I get that Kratos' wife is supposed to go through hell.
It's not even like if for voicing a sidekick, like a companion asset. They didn't Quaid's not even a bad pick. And he's got some notoriety right now from The Boys. Like, he's not even a bad pick. But then you put him in the mocap suit for no reason. No reason to do mocap on a fucking slime cube.
Well, and again, like, I mean,
Right?
Deborah. I mean, I get that Deborah Ann Wool isn't she's not under 20s anymore, but she's not, she's an attractive woman. She's not a train wreck, and so
the uglification has always been a self-insert from HR women.
Oh yeah.
So these are the people who, engineering PM, project management, typically done by other engineers. For whatever fucking reason, the gaming industry chose to outsource project management to non-developers who sophisticatedly specialize themselves in telling developers what to do, not in development, without having any idea what the fuck a developer actually does. So,
Anita.
And you see this similarly happens in the art direction department. So this is just make work for people who aren't involved in the actual important part of it. And
yeah.
But somehow they end up. This is what the fuck's her name? The one who credited herself with working on the game before. That piece of shit. I took the tongue myself.
Sarkeesian?
No, but in my opinion, probably about as bad. So, well-known liar, e-girl, whatever the fuck.
Well, there are
Lana for whatever. Alana Pierce, right? No, not her. Maybe it is her. I think it was Alana something.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Pierce.
Well, some the one who claimed credit in God of War beforehand, and then claimed that this one was like the game they were designing for years.
Oh yeah, her. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
I don't think, maybe that's not the right name, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about. So again, famous liar. People like that suddenly get to credit themselves. This is what I'm likening to the PMs who, although to be fair, a lot of good PMs out there, but there are some that insist on joining the creative process and to detriment. For example, see every female character that came out of AAA dev in the West the past decade, and how they always look like someone hated the woman who was doing the mocap.
Yeah, although I will say that the new James Bond game seems to be the exception to that.
That's what you guys were telling me before, right?
And I'm both pleasantly very surprised by that, and it's also hilarious to see the feminists basically screeching at like a 26-year-old Bond, basically.
Right.
Oh my god!
Well, see, what's funny about that is it proves a very particular point. In the same way of Gavin Newsom clearing out San Francisco and L.A. for Xi Jinping, it proves that the uglification is not by accident. It's in fact clearly intentional and evil.
Oh yeah.
Like there's actually space and reason for ugly female characters. There's actually ways. There are ways to write good story. There's good storytelling to be had in having an ugly woman as a character in a game. It's not required that all women are beautiful. What is stupid is the projection that, for some reason, ugly women is the standard or the ideal. These are escapist fantasies that are being peddled to the public as entertainment. In your escapist fantasy, are all the women ugly? If that's the case, why the fuck is that? And oftentimes, the sad state of affairs is that it's a self-insert for people who do not aspire to be any better than they are in whatever fashion that they are describing of themselves. In their mind, everyone else should be ugly because they're ugly. Not, hey, there are some things they can do to make themselves look prettier, or perhaps being ugly isn't so bad, and here's an ideal that I aspire to.
Well, yeah. That there was actually. It's funny that you mentioned that because all of the negative reviews for the James Bond games were basically, well, this James Bond is too suave, and I don't see myself as that character. And it's like, well, fuck off. You're not.
It's James Bond, not you, dumbass.
Yeah. Yeah, and it must be in England. It must be like an England thing, but it's like I grew up in a working class. I didn't go to Oxford or so it's a whole British class thing, and it's like yeah, nobody cares that you did. So
that's wild.
So I think that's the other thing. I think RPGs have ruined too many gamers. Just being able to like customize your own character.
Sure.
Like it was a cool novelty at first, but then just everyone wants that now.
Mm-hmm.
So. But anyway, well, it is almost 2:00, and I better let you.
Yeah.
Get going. So
I probably should get going.
But thanks for coming on, and thanks to Max and Mort for coming on as well, and thanks to the audience for listening as well. So.
And I missed my opportunity to say so. So either if he's still listening, or maybe later on he'll get the message. I'm glad to see that. That Max is back in good health.
Yeah, he
toughed it out.
Yeah, he had a sinus infection, which sucks, but seems to be doing better. So.
He didn't seem to be in any kind of ridiculous pain. That wasn't inflicted from a shoe. So.
Yeah. And and folks can always check out the Fake Untied podcast as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys have been killing it lately. So
thank you.
That
happy to please.
Well, your whole thing with the fact that we'll be probably space traveling in under a decade, that was like, huh. I hadn't really considered it, but you're probably right.
We're gonna have a moon base by the end of this decade. And that's fucking cool.
That is cool, but it's also like I can conceive it, but it's also kind of like also a mind fuck too at the same.
Yeah, we're gonna be time. If you count if you just count spheres inside the solar system as planets or planetoids, we're gonna be a multi-planetoid species soon. In a very literal sense.
That makes me wonder where science fiction is going to go in the future, because...
Well, the flat earthers who think the moon is hollow are going to have a really hard time soon.
Yeah.
But the cheese moon theory is going to be ended pretty conclusively.
Yeah, I would imagine.
No, I liked the movie Moonfall, and I like how that's supposed to tie in with Independence Day. And I wish that they would get a good and that they had such good actors. Like, just almost entirely accidentally, they had a perfect cast for Moonfall. And like, I hope that they actually just continue that and they merge that with Independence Day and make that meme a thing where it's all the same series. Because it's just such a cool concept, and soon we'll have people on the moon who can take film of it.
Yeah, that'll be cool as well. So, but anyway, well,
Yep.
thanks for tuning in, everyone, and we'll talk to you probably next week. So.
The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offense. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Thank you for watching the Whitfield Report live on the Right to Offend Media Network. Make sure to check out Sam's books on Amazon, Audible, and Kindle. You can follow Sam on X at SamW_NGC and the Right to Offend Media Network at RTO Media. Like, comment, subscribe, and share with your friends. And until next time, God bless, God save this great nation. God, freedom, legacy, in that order.